So, are we ready, Connie?
Yes, ma'am.
If I could get everyone to stand for the invocation and the pledges. Thank you. Commissioner Mottes is going to do the invocation today for us.
Thank you, Judge. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for the blessings you have given us in our community. We thank you for sparing us the cost, the burden, the destruction of hurricane. We pray for our fellow Texans to the north of us and know that we have been there and that we will do everything within our powers and abilities to help serve and support them in the days and weeks to come. Dear God, we pray for today, Lord, that you guide us to do the county's business and that you guide us to find the hearts that you have given us, Lord, for leadership and also to be servants as well, Lord. Dear God, we pray that you guide us always and protect our families in your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Please be seated. It is Tuesday, July 9th, and it is 9:06 a.m. We are at 901 Leopard Street in the Nueces County Courtroom, and we have four commissioners, the county judge and three commissioners present. Commissioner Gonzalez will be joining us later. I call this meeting to order. Thank you. Are there any disclosures or conflicts of interest anyone cares to announce? If not, then moving on, we can bring that up at that time if there's something. Public comments. Did anyone sign up for public comment? No, there's no one here. So we are going to go into a workshop right now. The item F1, the Commissioners Court will conduct a workshop to discuss and receive a presentation related to authorizing and approving the Nueces County's employee self-funded group health plan, employee and employer contributions for the plan year of 2024-25. And Mr. Soleil, I see you are there, and Mr. Bass, we have you online as well, so I will let you begin and start, Mr. Soleil.
Ma'am.
Oh, yes.
9:07, I mean, or whatever.
Oh, I said 9:06 first, yeah.
No.
Oh,
That we started the workshop.
yes, the workshop, yes, thank you, 9:07.
Well, good morning.
And we have to end and do that again, yes, thank you for the reminder.
You pushed it too far back.
Okay. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. First, I want to acknowledge and thank the County Auditor's Office, the Insurance Committee, and McGriff Insurance Services for the hard work that they put forth in compiling this information and being able to provide expert analysis to the court to decide on our insurance premiums based on current data and forecasting. With that being said, I have provided each of you a packet of the presentation that will be displayed today. Connie, can we get that on the screen?
Oh, wait. First, I need to know which one.
Well, first I want to start off with the external agency benefit census. We should have that one right there. One of the requests for the court was to be able to provide some data in terms of how many external agencies we have, how many employees are currently enrolled in our insurance health plan in Nueces County, and some additional questions which we will address later. And I've also want to thank the County Attorney's Office for the diligent work that they did on this and providing some legal counsel for us to consider. So looking at the external agency count, the benefit census that I have before you, we have a grand total of approximately 5 external agencies that total about 213 employees with retirees. Currently, we have approximately 61 employees enrolled, including retirees, but 48, or actually 50, I should say 50, because we've added the dispute resolution team, which includes an additional 2 employees. So the actual number of enrolled employees should read 50. When I look at the, one of the things for you to consider, and Connie, you probably don't have this, but Judge and Commissioners, in your packets, the very last page, it says claims paid by county per plan year and premiums paid by entity per plan year. One of your requests was to provide this data so that you can discuss and consider any action you might take regarding this, inclusion of those parties in our plan. So the total of claims for the past 4 years, beginning with October 2019 through April 2024, amount to $2,502,040.62. The total of premiums provided by all of those external agencies equates to $3,351,387. As you can see, that there is a surplus of actual revenue that we have received in regards to our claims and in regards to the premiums collected, and that totals $849,346.38. So currently there is no adverse impact by having those external agencies on our health plan. However, it's up to the court to decide if you want to continue that. Certainly, McGriff Insurance has advised me, and they can speak more on this, is that we don't have to provide insurance coverage to those external agencies. And John, are you on? Can you provide a little bit more counsel on that?
Hey, good morning, Tim. Just a quick order of business. My associate, Alicia Dominich, is still in the waiting room on Zoom, so maybe could someone admit her to the meeting? But really, to your point, Tim, the county, in our opinion, it's really a county discretion on whether to extend coverage to those entities that have some legal structure within the county. Again, the court, in our mind, is under no obligation to extend coverage to those entities. And certainly the court is able to terminate those with proper notice if the court so chooses. I would just simply advise the court or recommend that there is some legal structure between those entities and the court. There's some affiliation, and I would defer to the county attorney for that type of clarification. But really, it's the court's decision on whether they want to continue to extend coverage to those third parties that have some affiliation with the county. I would also recommend that if there is an entity that has absolutely no affiliation with the county, there is no legal requirement, there's no structure, it's a separate and complete entity, I see no reason the court to continue coverage for those particular entities and those individuals covered. So this has been obviously prior to McGriff coming on, but that's the advisement we would give any client, certainly in the public entity space, of extending coverage to third-party entities, making sure that there is proper legal structure and court approval for coverage, and the plan documents reflect that.
There's Also, and I'll let you ask too, I would like Jenny to answer this one. There is one entity that we have no legal authority to allow them to use it. I think we're not allowed legally to have them on a plan. That's the only one that is, yes.
We found a 2010 advisory to the court. We agree with its findings regarding the credit union. And we don't find authority to have them.
Was that when they were included in here as well in 2010 when it was asked, or when did they get included?
That one I don't have off the top of my head. The credit union, perhaps?
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't hear the full question.
There's an opinion that says we cannot allow that outside entity on a county policy. Our legal has reviewed it and agrees with that opinion on the credit union only. I was wondering at what point, at what year did we allow the credit union to join with a 2010 opinion against it and the current administration agreeing that we don't have the legal authority to even offer it to them to be on?
Apparently a long time.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, if we got the advisory in 2010, that was before any of us
Yeah.
that are up here were here. So they must have been in here before that. I don't remember us adding anybody since I've been here, but I could be mistaken. I remember we have a debate over one of them and we couldn't.
The drainage district, I believe, the drainage district was probably the most recent entity, and that was within the last 4 years.
No, not four.
That one appears
4
on
to
the
6 years.
agendas in 2019 and then periodically before that.
Before that too.
And before that,
I
yeah.
think there was a debate over that one in 19, but we didn't.
So they were all resigned when we just finalized it, or what was that on the drainage?
There are agreements, and then there are hearings of the Commissioners Court in 2019 where I believe the court voted to include them again, but we don't have a written document to accompany that action by the court.
I would like to state that my team did really do a lot of deep diving to find the memorandums of understanding, which was presented to the county attorney's office, and all that we were able to find is what we have provided to the court this morning. So I was unable to find any additional data regarding your request this morning, Judge.
Well, nevertheless, moving forward, even if this all continues, we need current memorandums of understanding or current documents to move forward. I mean, just moving forward to clean this up where we have something that we can find. Yes.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, and what is CSCD?
That is community supervision.
Probation.
Adult probation, yes.
Okay, so there's 142, so in other words, there's 213 potential employees that could be enrolled, and there's only 50 currently enrolled out of all these, or 215, I guess, because dispute's not on here, so you got to add that to the grand total. So there's 215 potential employees that could be on our plan?
That's incorrect. CSCD is not eligible.
Who?
There was supposed to be a column added that said eligible, ineligible, and I believe
That's
that,
an additional one that is ineligible.
It says not eligible.
I'm sorry, I don't have the confidential packet, but it does say not eligible. So CSCD is not eligible
Where does it
to
say
be
that?
on our insurance.
I just got this piece today, so where's this one? Where does it say not eligible?
The document that you had up, can you put it back on the screen?
Yes, the ones that were
On that
included on the agenda included that information. I printed this morning to be
The
able to
page
show the
right before
court.
the last page, second to last.
But where does it say eligible or not eligible?
It doesn't on that one.
I thought it was,
That's the only one I have.
yeah.
Okay, so CCSD is what you're saying is not eligible?
That's correct.
Okay, so then the 213 number is completely wrong. So then,
The
so
213 number is the total of employees. What Lisa is stating is a number of those employees that are eligible to participate in the plan.
but is CSCD on our plan now?
They are not, no.
And so I guess why would they be on the list?
Why are they on the list?
And I had that question previously. I included all of the employees' total count in the external agency so that you can see that information.
Yeah, I don't need that. That's just confusing. So let me go back. I got to do some math here. So what you're telling me is this, so we have to add dispute resolution. So that what I've got, I don't know what this eligible, ineligible thing is. Then I've got 215 would be the total, but then I'm going to subtract out,
You didn't get that?
I'm going to subtract out 142 from CSCD because they're not on the plan, right? So that means there's 73 potential, unless there's some others on this list that aren't eligible, but there's only 50 enrolled, so 50 of 73 are enrolled?
Plus dependents,
Pardon?
plus dependents if they do family plans.
Well,
yes,
that was my
potential.
next
Yes,
question, so
yeah.
I'm trying to get this figured out. So if I take out the 142 CSCD, or CSCD, yeah, that leaves 73 eligible employees, including dispute resolution, 50 of which are enrolled, plus families, if they decide, or 50, is this 50 people, or is this 50 employees plus?
Well, the total covered, including dependents, amounts to 130.
130 people. So
Yes, sir.
we're covering 130 people that are not Nueces County employees, other than maybe the partial Nueces County salary from the Texas A&M Agriculture, which is 4. That being a correct assessment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, and is it correct, we talked about last time, Lisa confirmed last time for me, but I want to reconfirm again, of these 130 people, the entity pays the owner, not the owner, what do we call, the insured and the insured are paid by the premiums are paid by the entities and or the employees, but we as a county are responsible for any claims, meaning.
Is that correct, Lisa?
That is correct.
So we sit here today as a county, and we've been lucky, okay? Hadn't had an adverse effect yet.
And
Hold on, I need to put an
23,
asterisk
24.
next to that adverse. So the 800 surplus does not include any prescription payments. We weren't able to gather that
able to gather
information.
that, yeah.
So
Okay,
without having that information, I cannot confirm nor deny if there is actually a surplus. This is just their medical excluding prescription claims.
That's fair, and let's say there's another chunk, large chunk.
And that is an extremely large chunk.
Right, so maybe it's not 800,000. So maybe sitting today we're even. Maybe it's not 800,000. Maybe it's 400. At the end of the day, it's not been horrible. I mean,
That's correct.
as far as we can tell. But we still sit here today with exposure for 130 people who are not Nueces County employees, other than the partial pay for the 4 at the A&M system. I don't think that's wise or appropriate in any way, shape, or form. I don't support going forward with that at all anymore. We've touched on this before, but honestly, there weren't the votes in the past to do anything about it. That's as clear as I can say it. And that's not just the last county judge. That was the county judge before her as well. So being completely fair, rest in peace. Love the man very dearly, but he wanted to keep him on too. So at the end of the day, some fights you fight, some fights you just. But at this point in the position we are in as a county, struggling every year to make up surpluses in insurance, to have 130 additional people on the courts, on the county's potential liability list is very scary. If one of those, and that's 130, there's chances are, if one of those, God willing, God forbid, has a horrible claim and this county has to pay for that, that's not fair to the other county employees. That's not fair to our constituents, and it's not right to do it. I'm not unsympathetic to those entities that are on here. They need to be put on notice, if this court so chooses. If they don't, then they get to stay. That they need to go look for other insurance, and they need to figure out how to do it, because it's just not. That's just not what we're supposed to do. And it's, in my opinion, it's time to take a stand and make a difference and be fair to the constituents that we represent, and be fair to our employees, because if this, it's just not right. So I don't know where to go from here as far as what we can do this time. I'm not going to vote for anything that includes these 130. I might be in the minority, and that's okay, but I'm going to go on record being in the minority on that if that's what it is. And I think that's something we need to discuss as a court. And again, I want to say I appreciate the heck out of the work that y'all did, and especially the insurance committee and Commissioner Matas, who really has been spearheading this for years, trying to get us to do this quicker and on a more timely basis so that we don't come up on these deadlines like we do every year and we go, God, we got to do this. So thank you, Commissioner Matas, and I think, Judge, you're involved in that, and Tim and everybody, really, because we wouldn't even be able to have this discussion had we not started this earlier and done this with a different situation. And thanks to McGriff, too, for the role they played. I haven't had a chance to really visit with them, so I don't know. But I think it's definitely time we take some action on that. And you know, my question, I guess, to stop articulating is, can we do that now? So as I heard McGriff, I heard him say, and you say, we're under no obligation to keep them on. My question is, can we do it now if the court so chooses, as you said?
Well, I think based on the memorandums of understanding that we have before us, at least one of them states with due notice, we can eliminate those external agencies. I only saw that in one memorandum of understanding. I believe that was the drainage district. Jenny, you can correct me if I'm mistaken. However, we would be providing sufficient notice. Today is July 9th, and they would, assumingly, if you approve to remove them, will go into effect October 1st. So they have, in essence, about 2.5 months to find alternative care. And so I would agree with you, Commissioner, even though we've been fortunate for the past 4 years with having a surplus, or possibly not, once our prescription costs come into factor, you know, we've kind of dodged a bullet, just like we kind of did with Hurricane Beryl. And so it doesn't mean that going forward that won't be the case. So that will continue to be the case where we will have a surplus. Even one claim could be exorbitant, could be in the millions. And so I think the court should take that in consideration as well.
I also think not having those prescription costs on here, I know it looks like in the last 5 years, the only year we were under is last year that we had a deficit in the amount collected and the claims paid out without prescriptions being included. But there are 3 other years that if you add prescriptions to that, then this gets, you know, then you have 2 other years. Sorry, I was including last year, but there are 2 other years that it's a little bit too close when you only have 70,000 there and you have 80,000 there. I'm quite certain those prescription costs bring that up because I see those amounts that come through my office all the time. That's a little too close for comfort. I understand the legality about not having one of the entities in there, and not sure what the rest of the court thinks about this. I think next year, as Commissioner Matas and I were in those meetings, and we had hoped to go out for bids next year. We plan to, not hope to, that is our intention. I'm not sure that with the MOUs and giving notice, and especially some of our major partners, you know, the hospital district, those people, they do a lot, and they do a lot for healthcare. I don't know that I'd be willing to knock them off at the last minute for this without some negotiations going on between us, and that not just a notice today in court like you're done, you're on your own.
Well, in the hospital district, of all people, Judge, they got more money than
Yes.
we do. I mean, really, and that's the one that I'm the most sympathetic to because they do so much for the county. I mean, they really participate in a huge way with the county. With all due respect to the rest of these, they're their own entities and they're their own things, and they ought to be able to stand on their own or go get what they need to get. But the hospital district literally has millions in reserves. They could be self-insured better than we could. I mean, they have more in reserves than we do, and have a millennial percentage point of the employees we do. So,
but I'm wondering if our MOUs can't reflect that claims over a certain amount revert back to the entity for them to pick up that tab. I mean, I'm thinking
But Judge, I mean, are you saying long-term or short-term? Because I'm,
short term.
yeah, because
Yeah.
I'm going on this is your premise of we need to do only for, I mean, you're the one who's
Absolutely
got me
agree.
on this track because you have made the statement repeatedly, and I'm agreeing with you because we need to do what we have to do for those we represent, and we have to stop trying to be the savior for people that we
Totally
don't have
agree.
any legal jurisdiction over.
Totally agree.
And that's where this whole thing has gone. So I'm
No,
afraid of.
short term with moving forward, I was wondering if there was any way that we can do that because we hope to go out for a different plan next year. All of us are going to be changing without throwing this on an entity at the last minute. But I wanted these numbers because I was certain that there was a lot of money that was being paid out. Unfortunately, we don't have the exact numbers in front of us on what the county is picking up the tab for, and that bothers me a lot. So if we were to work out something to keep them on for next year, it would have to be with a current MOU with something that reflects that after they go over their premium amounts they contribute, then they would have that entity for the next year while we're waiting for this, or, they can opt out and not do. To me, I think that's how you move forward, is revert the cost back to the entity. That's like,
Well,
we
but
should
that's,
not be
they
paying.
can't, right, I mean.
Yeah, they might as well get their own. They can absolutely.
At that point,
But
I mean, we could try that, Judge, and they're going to probably say they can't do it, or some of them, the hospital district probably could, but the others can't, they're not going to cover it. They're going to have to go get their own plan or
then it's an option we give them
get
at
off
least.
ours. And I don't even know if that's
It's like-
legal or if that's what we can
That's,
do.
yeah, that's something that we would have to find out with an MOU, if you can add that wording in. John, I don't know if you know more about it, what you're.
No, I agree with that. We have to give plenty of notice to these groups, so we need to bring them in. We need to make them, if not today, then shortly after maybe our budget process is complete, that we are looking at separating them from our plan, just so that they can start exploring their own options. This short amount of time out before the new fiscal year begins, I think it's just too quick of a turnaround for most entities. But I mean, I think it's a legitimate policy argument, right? Should we take on these groups? I think some have more of a claim than others, but definitely. And also, let's get some clarification. I mean, we have a legislative session that's coming up next year, and these issues could be resolved simply by the House and Senate and Governor approving and passing, and some of this could be worked out itself, and maybe that's something that we put on our legislative agenda, is to have these issues clarified, because I mean, we've kind of alluded to that there are some who have more of a claim or more of a reason to be a part of our system while others don't. Well, let's not guess. I mean, let's have that established, unless Ms. Dorsey, you and your team have the specific groups. Then if you can provide us that list of who definitely should be included and who shouldn't, and the reasons why, that would be helpful. But I think for me, as long as we give enough heads up, then I totally understand Commissioner Chesney's concerns on the claims. We have to look at trying to modify those. But as I have said before, there are other systems in the state that have done mutual insurances, and maybe that's how we do it, right? If there is something in these plans that allow for any of these department names or these entity names to help put more skin into the game, so that they are covering a proportional share of the claims, then maybe that's something that we would consider. Because once again, my limited knowledge of insurance is when you add to the number of employees in the plan, it makes it a stronger plan overall, because you can get better incentives for the employee pool. You're dealing with a larger number, so that helps incentivize the companies that are providing these services to give us a better rate, because you're dealing with a greater number. So that would be my only concern is, yes, I do hear those concerns, and I share them as well. And if all things stay equal, then yes, then perhaps we do need to cut these. But one, I would say we need to give a proper notification, which I think 2.5 months is, or a little over 2.5 months is a very short time frame. And also, if there's a proportional way that these entities can put in, and if they are, then let's make sure that we clearly spell that out, or let's hold their feet to the fire a little bit more and make sure that they do pay a better proportion, because perhaps they're making a much larger claim pool than what they are putting into. Those are all the things I think we need to and can look into over this period of time. And as the judge said, we hope to have a plan go out on the street by the end of the year or early 2025 at the latest, so that we can have a good, robust season of procurement and seeing who is out there, what they have to offer, have everything lined up. So those would be some of my big 3 things that have been stated here.
I agree. But moving forward, like I said, if we need to do these before this goes into effect, these MOUs, I think the only way I would be willing to still allow this, if we can add some language into their MOU that over this certain amount, those entities pick up their portion of their employees or their employees' dependents.
Judge, I don't think some of them can. You can try to add it all you want, but Drainage District isn't going to pay $1 million claim. That's the problem. We have entities involved here that don't have money to do it. So how many employees do we have in Nueces County, not including, I'm not saying these people, what do we have, about 3,000 employees?
No,
15,
if you exclude CSCD and MPO, active employees, not including vacancies, we've got 1,102 currently.
Right. So,
And then if you include CSCD and MPO, we're at 1,250.
so 1,250 employees, Commissioner Monez, ought to give us plenty of ability to do what you're talking about in regards to having a lot of people in there to get more benefits and so forth and so on. We're talking 50. 1,250 that are ours that we have to do. We're talking 50 employees. Taking 50 out of the mix is not going to affect how good a benefits you get or whatever. It is going to take out 130 people, because it's 50 plus that we have exposure of, that could be millions of dollars, could be nothing, could be millions of dollars. I'm not willing to roll that dice anymore. I've sat here quietly through administrations because I just couldn't get anywhere. And if I can't get anywhere this time, great. But I am 100% against not waiting. I am 100% in the favor of doing it right now, putting them on notice, letting them then go see what they can find, and then maybe bring back something to us, and then maybe have a discussion. But to say, let's kind of wait and put some language in an MOU, and then we'll go out for bids next year, scares me, because we're going to be sitting here having this conversation again next year and not giving notice again and not doing it. So in my opinion, there needs to be action today, of which, again, I got no problem if I lose, but we are rolling the dice with our employees' insurance, and we're rolling the dice with our county taxpayers' insurance when we have no zero legal obligation to do so. That is not the premise that we ought to be working off of. So I think we ought to give them notice now and say, go find what you can find, because I believe most of them can find something that they will do, and then put the onus on them, not on us, the onus on them to come back and say, okay, we looked and we can't find anything, or we looked and this is the best we could come up with. But we can't just sit here and hope that they're going to go find something, because they're not until we take action. They're not until we make a definitive move. And saying we'll talk about it again next year, or maybe, because they're not going to be able to, Judge. I mean, if they go over their policy and there's a huge claim, they're not self-insured. They can't. They don't have any money. The hospital district is and
True.
could, and they're the only ones that can, but the rest of these don't. So no offense, but I don't think putting any language in an MOU that says you got to pay the excess means diddly squat. They'll sign it all day long, and then when it happens, they're going to go, we got no money. How are we going to pay for it? I mean, they don't. I mean, the hospital district's the only one I do that with, because I know the hospital district can afford it. So, again, I don't know. I mean, we called the special meeting so that we could give people notice. We said, that's the thing I asked 3 weeks ago, or whenever we had the meeting. Hey, if we come back in July, is that going to give you enough time to do open enrollment and give people notice? And you said yes, that would be. And I said, okay, Tim. I sat here and said, if you're going to wait on this and not change dates, that's on you, because if this court makes a decision, I laid all that out there and said, hey, this is what we're talking about doing.
No, Commissioner, I
And
did
so-
confer with McGriff, with Boone Chapman, and they agreed that whether or not we change the rates, it won't affect the dates of open enrollment. They have a significant.
Well, I haven't even gotten to the grandfather question and all the differences. We haven't even gotten to that one yet, because
Yes.
I'd like to know I'd like to know all that information and whether or not we
Yes,
should be
sir.
even
But let me also-
grandfathering again or not. I don't know.
If I might add, I did do some research with McGriff in regards to if we eliminate the 50 employees or 130 with their dependents, would that adversely affect our rates? And the answer is no. We have more than 1,100 people insured. We're a sizable entity, and so our rates would not be affected if those external agencies were excluded from our plan. And John, you can add more to that, sir.
Correct. I mean, 130 employees plus dependents.
No, it's 50
is
plus
less than
dependents. 50 plus dependents.
Yeah, 50 employees plus dependents, a total of 130 belly buttons, Commissioner, is less than 5% of your total population. You've got just shy of 1,000 employees on the plan plus dependents. You're close to 3,000 folks, employees and dependents that are covered under the Nueces County plan. So
And that's
it's
the 3,000.
not
I knew there was a
small
3,000
but it's
number somewhere in there. Thank you. I appreciate that. I knew I wasn't making
Okay.
that up. So we insure 3,000 people. Sorry. Is that what you did, right? Is that what you said? With all the dependents and everything?
Yes, it's just shy of 3,000.
That's a big
total-
number.
Total employees and dependents.
I knew that 3,000 stuck in my head for some reason. I was thinking, how did I get that in my head? Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir. My apologies.
Yes, as you can see, even with the external agencies, just 50 employees added additional 80 with
Right.
their dependents. So yes, that number is credible. John just stated. But I wanted to get this information out to you, Judge. I did ask Boone Chapman and the County Auditor's Office for all claims history for the past 4 years. I was provided with the claims and also the premiums paid. It was stated that by the County Auditor's Office, to their credit, that the prescription was not included in those amounts. So we can get that to you soon for you to further consider. And it could, to your point, really turn that number of 849,000 upside down very quickly, because any one prescription could cost hundreds of dollars, up to 1,000, as we well know. And so we should take that in consideration as well.
As I said, there are 3 years here that are a little bit way too close, and once you add prescriptions to that, they are either very close if they break even or their cost, yes. Yeah.
It should be noted that this list also includes retirees, and so they're not really a separate entity. They're just not current employees. They're former employees.
That is correct.
And former employees can be on the policy forever or something? Is that part of their retirement or something?
John, can you speak more to that question in regards to retirees on our health plan?
I know when you.
Yeah, that's when I saw that document, that's news to us. We thought retirees, obviously covered under the county's plan, were county employees. That may be an area that the county wants to negotiate with those entities, that retirees or the plan is extending coverage only to those that are actively working. Retirees would not be eligible. I would have to defer to the county attorney on that particular issue, but it appears that we don't know whether they're pre-65 or those that are eligible for Medicare 65 plus. I'm going to assume that they are pre-65 retirees not eligible for Medicare, which is additional exposure that the county is taking, extending coverage to retirees to non-county entities is an additional risk to the county.
And they're not on this list for claims and cost or anything like that. Yeah.
How many are there of those, just to add to it?
13 and dependents are 17 total, it looks like.
Tim, wouldn't those retirees be included in the documents that Michelle was able to put together?
Doesn't break it out as
No.
such, but, I mean, it says,
Michelle is here. Michelle, do you have any information regarding the claims for the retirees?
No, that was not requested.
You have to,
probably didn't ask it.
No, thank you. Can you hear me? That was not requested. I'd have to review the plan doc again as far as coverage being extended to anyone from the outside entities if they had retired. In my time here, we have had a few that retired from outside entities, but they did not go on the county's plan. I'm not sure if they were eligible or not. I do have to check into that. But former employees are. What's not in the plan document is there's no restriction on age as far as being over 65, under 65. There's no cutoff. So the retirees that we currently cover, some are over 65. But most are
That are
not.
from non-entities?
No. We do not have anyone currently on our plan. Haven't had anyone on our plan in the past 10 years. I can only speak to that because I've been here that long.
Of
That are
non-entities?
non-entity retirees.
What was
No,
it,
they've
13?
always been former employees.
What was the 13-year?
They're Nueces County, former Nueces
Former
County
Nueces
employees.
County employees,
So-
none from the.
But are they available, or if they want to, can they?
the other,
You're
I'd have
saying
to-
you don't know because you didn't ask that
yes,
question. That's
I
fair.
didn't
That's
ask that
that's
question. I'd have to check.
and was that done to do this to retirees through, we don't have an MOU or a court or a discussion on that one, a vote? There's nothing on that?
No, Your Honor. I was only asked to look at the external agencies and the claims history for that. So I didn't take in consideration the claims for those retirees. That information, to Michelle's point, was not requested because they were former employees.
But it's not part of our county policy when you retire, this is available or anything that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. Michelle, can you speak to that?
Do you know?
There's
John?
no policy manual because they do have to, when they go through HR, they have to state whether or not they accept or decline. If they decline, then we keep that on record. And I want to say the practice has been that once you decline initially, you don't get to come on the plan after you've retired and maybe realize some life events and you want to come on the plan.
Recording stopped.
One of the participants.
Oh, okay.
If, however, they decide to be on the plan, there's no age restriction. Saying you have reached Medicare age, you're now dropped from the plan. There's nothing like that in the plan document.
So even for the retirees, if age were a factor, they should be available for, be able to apply for Medicare at a certain age. And so I don't believe there would be any adverse impact if you eliminate them from the plan as well with due notice.
I think you'd also have to take into consideration for active employees who are Medicare eligible. There's no restrictions for them in the plan as well, if you consider an age restrictions.
Following that.
Just for clarification for the court, anybody that is actively at work, Medicare eligible, age 65 and over, the court's plan is primary. That's a long statute passed in 1986 called the Working Age Provision of COBRA. So that's something the court cannot change. But those that are no longer working, the court can decide whether they want to extend coverage to retirees pre or post 65, and I would defer to any state statute that requires the county to provide that type of coverage.
Yeah, I think that's kind of we can certainly look at that one, but I don't know if we're prepared to do anything with that today, that part of it, because I wasn't even aware that was something to discuss. But I mean, I think we got enough on our plate today to deal with, and I've got more questions on I'll come back to this and let everybody think about it or whatever, and at some point I'll make a motion, win or lose, but.
We're just in the workshop right now. We'll come
Right,
back to the
and
court,
then,
yes.
That's what I say at some point.
Yeah.
And then I guess my next line of questioning, unless somebody else has something on this, is regarding the grandfather clause stuff. How does that, what's the pros and the cons of staying in the grandfathering? The con is we can only increase rates a certain amount when we know we're not increasing enough and we're going to get hammered and continue to get hammered. So what's the advantage of staying now with the grandfathered?
Good question, and we have that information available for you and have been provided to you. Since the external agencies were such a burning question, I started with that first, but now we can move into discussion regarding the grandfather clause and the premium contributions that we have before us, which currently show us to be at a significant deficit. But if you would like to address your question first, Commissioner, regarding our advantages or disadvantages of being on the grandfather plan, McGriff has provided some information to us. And John, would you move forward with explanation of that?
I got it.
Unless the court has any other questions regarding the external agencies.
Well, I mean, I read what you put in there. I just would kind of like you to give me, and for the public, right, that doesn't read everything that we put online, just what the advantages and disadvantages are.
Yeah, Commissioner, thank you. Let me make a couple of comments, and I'm going to ask my associate, Alicia Dominich, to provide some additional clarity. The plan currently is a grandfathered plan. However, the plan has adopted many of the ACA compliance issues over the years. Yes, there are some restrictions on how much you can change employee contributions. Yes, Commissioner, there are restrictions in how much you can change the plan itself, raising a deductible or a copayment. But in the conversations with Tim, the amount of increase that the county is considering for employee premiums is substantially less than the clause, so that's really not an issue. The county's not interested at this point in changing its plan, so that's really not an issue. In essence, you know, the grandfathered statute really doesn't reflect one way or the other the flexibility or lack of flexibility of the county. Lisa, would you add some additional clarity?
Correct. Just to echo those sentiments, the insurance premium restrictions do not apply to a large employer group. So you do have the flexibility to maintain that grandfathered status. When you get away from the grandfathered status, you have more constraints regarding the documents that have to be provided. You cannot increase your out-of-pocket maximums. When you're grandfathered more than 15%, it's more plan design versus anything else, really. I mean, you don't have those constraints on your contributions, and even if at the percentage is like 15% plus 5, right? So we're still well within the constraints of that.
And I thought that was part of the reason we delayed this last time was because you said we couldn't increase rates any more than what was being proposed. Tim, I mean, I know the McGriff folks left and we shouldn't have let them leave. That was, our bad. But that was the whole thing was I thought, maybe I'm not remembering right, but I thought that was what we were told was, and maybe they're saying something different, that we can't increase the rates any more than the 7% or whatever it is we're looking at.
Commissioner, I may have misunderstood what McGriff stated in that particular areas. They are the experts, and Alicia specifically, on the grandfather plan. And they have, that's why they're here today to give us counsel on that matter regarding our rates. But one of the most significant disadvantages I find of the grandfather plan is our ability to provide a defined health and wellness plan, which we're restricted for being able to do under the grandfather plan. And in essence, it's the preventative maintenance. It helps people to identify potential chronic diseases and illnesses early enough to get treatment before they become chronic and terminal. And so we won't be able to offer those type of incentives in our in a health and wellness plan because of the grandfather plan, because we're prevented from doing so by the Affordable Care Act. We can't have any adverse impact on those that don't participate in a defined health and wellness plan. In other words, we can't increase the rates for those parties if they fail to comply with our health and wellness initiatives.
Where you can if you're not grandfathered in? Like if
correct.
we create a health and wellness to make our people healthier and well, then they don't participate, then you can ding them at a higher rate.
That is correct. John, you can confirm that statement for me, please.
Right. There's more flexibility in the incentives that one can develop within their plan design, as Tim pointed out. But short term, the county, is still has flexibility in changing its plan, although the insurance committee was not interested in any plan changes. And the 7.5% increase, Commissioner, is a number that we picked out as a nominal increase. The county can increase contributions even more on the employees if it so chooses. There is a maximum in which you can increase, so there is room to make those increases, but the county and at least from my understanding, the insurance committee was hesitant to pass on much more than a 7.5% increase to employees at this point. So I think that the crux of it all is that this is a discussion that really should be front and center as we go out for RFP, and to consider different plan designs, different network configurations, different configurations with respect to health and wellness incentive programs, as Tim mentioned. Those discussions probably should be happening in an RFP process and with the insurance committee, the constraints of a grandfathered status are really largely not in play with the county as we move forward. And frankly, the vast majority of all self-funded benefit plans in the country have in essence moved away from a grandfathered status. Last comment. The reason grandfathered status and those plans still exist is primarily for closed classes of employees, unions with collective bargaining, or other arrangements in which the negotiation of health and welfare benefits has typically been part of a negotiation within the fringe. Those issues really don't apply necessarily to the county. And so I can't think of one county plan in the state of Texas that is grandfathered.
That's interesting.
Harris County, Dallas County, Bexar County, Tarrant County, Dallas County, Collin County, Denton County, Midland County, Lubbock County. They're not; those are non-grandfathered plans. They have moved away, adopted all the provisions of the ACA, but the trade-off is additional flexibility in their plan design configurations, additional flexibility in their premium structures. And as I mentioned, the county has largely adopted many of the, over the years, the county has adopted many of the ACA requirements as sort of part of its plan. So in essence, it's sort of a moot point. But again, our recommendation is at this point, attack that issue during the RFP process and focus on the issues at hand with respect to appropriate funding, obviously a strong open enrollment, good communications, and prepare for the RFP for upcoming this fall.
And how do we do that as an action? Do we have to take action to direct that? Because you can't put out an RFP. I know we're going to have RFP discussions, but would that be the time to do it? Would it be like you're saying during the RFP time we would say,
Michael
okay,
Robinson's
we want to
back
go
there. He's
away
gonna
from
come
it?
up and
Or
answer
I don't.
that. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not hearing a reason to stay with grandfather right now.
John Baskin, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I do have to come to court to request permission to go out for that RFP, and that might be the appropriate time for the court to send us off with that direction of how y'all want us to go forward on the RFP. And we'll do that process really early, because I believe our intention is to go out for that RFP in December. And so we can have that request for permission to go out for RFP happen well ahead of December, give the court plenty of time to discuss that and give us good direction. How does that sound?
Commissioner Matos and I were in Austin at a TAC conference, and that was basically what was relayed to us, that pretty much nobody does the grandfather clause anymore, that wasn't something.
Well, it doesn't seem as
It's not necessary anymore.
Well, yeah, it doesn't seem like we're as hamstrung. Based on the last conversation, I thought we couldn't raise rates because we were grandfathered, but now we're saying that's not the case either.
That's what we were told before.
So it sounds like maybe that buys us some time because I do like the wellness part and having some incentives and things of that nature. And if everybody's going away from it, and it sounds like we're heading that direction, but that we still have some flexibility in our rates, even with the grandfathered clause. So I'm fine waiting on that now that that's been cleared up, because that's not what was articulated in the last meeting. So,
right.
And again, we let
So
Griff.
if I might add, in regards to the health and wellness initiatives that I'm speaking of, our top 4 categories where most of our claims are coming from are cancer, heart attack, stroke, and diabetes. By having a preventative health and wellness program in place, they can address those opportunities earlier enough to get treatment before they become chronic and terminal. Being on a grandfathered plan, under ACA, we cannot raise the rates under a health and wellness plan if they fail to comply with the requirements of a defined health and wellness plan, which requires them to get particular examinations each year. And that's what I mean by
Preventive measures that they're
Yes.
not required to do now. Yes.
Correct.
And Johnny Hip has joined. He has asked if he could. Are you unmuting yourself, Mr. Hip?
Excuse me,
Morning,
Judge.
Judge and Commissioners.
Morning, John.
Yes, sir. I assume you wanted to speak on behalf of the hospital district with our discussions on possibly canceling the insurance for our outside entities. Are you still there? Sorry.
The hospital district is on the county's, or uses the county's health plan because we don't have a lot of employees and we don't have the breadth of the numbers of people, nor the age spread that would get the district rates. We tried to do that several years ago, and we couldn't get anybody to give us a proposal because we just didn't have enough employees, and our employees were, with us, most of them, we don't have any young employees. Most of them are middle age, and so.
Saying that, then, would the hospital district consider in the future with an MOU on increasing, or at the end of the year, paying any additional cost to the county from their employees and their dependents that go over the amount of premiums paid in up to the stop loss amount?
Judge, we'd be interested in talking with you all about that. We'd like to get some historical information to have an idea of what those costs might be going forward.
That's a problem we have right now because we're not sure either.
That instead of being having sort of an open-ended with a stop loss, the district would consider, if the county needed to elevate its premiums to cover that, just something so we would have some ability to budget for that or plan for it.
I understand. Yes.
And if you look, if these numbers are right, the hospital district makes up about half of that 50. So that's a big number to be able to get. And that's what I was saying earlier. They're the only entity on this list that really is a true partner. And I don't mean that rudely towards the other, but really and truly is something that they work with us. We do so much with them. We couldn't exist without them. And they have the ability to, if we had the MOU language, Judge, that you talked about with covering excess claims, well, okay, they've got the ability to do that better than we do. Like, we have less excess than they do. So,
Yes.
so I have no issue with, if all of them were as financially sound as the hospital district, this would be, your language would work. But the others aren't.
And that's a question, I mean, the drainage district, I mean, you could argue they do a lot on behalf of us. I mean, this previous hurricane that we were preparing for, the tropical storm before that,
agree.
they do a lot, and it may not be the entire county, but it's a pretty good chunk of the floodplain, flood-prone areas that we have that cover precincts 1 and 2 and 3, and part of that at least. So they serve a great purpose as well, and they're really one of the.
Then we
the
need to let everybody in,
They're the
John.
only functioning district. I know, but I'm just saying, if we're
'Cause the
going to say
ESDs.
that they provide a value, I mean, let's not forget the value that they provide. They've been very good partners, especially in preparing for this. So I would say let's be careful in that language. I understand what you're saying.
Fair.
If we can afford it, that may be one thing. I don't know what their financials are on this, but let's keep it to value, because that's how, really, to be honest with you, I think that's probably how all these get in. It's because they all provide a value of some sort. Well, we don't want to leave the one employee who works in the credit union. He obviously serves a very important county function for county employees, but they're kind of left on their own. And that's how all those others got. So what your intent is, I think, could work in reverse, is that's how we got here over the years. So, but I agree with you once again. I mean, the cost, what you can put in, what you could have, what these groups can afford and pay in, and maybe they can or should do it on their own. But we're hearing from Johnny also that, yeah, obviously they could have anyone, but they would prefer to go with a larger plan because they'll be able to get onto a more robust plan that they couldn't do with 22 employees and however many dependents that they have attached to them.
Yeah, and let me restate, because you could argue that for all of them. I mean, like,
Sure.
you
That's
know,
what I'm saying,
my ESD wanted in 3-4 years ago, and we said, no, we're not letting anybody else in, yet we've got an ESD that's in. So that's the problem, is once you let one, where do you stop and where do you start? My comments, I guess, on the hospital district were more, they provide this county millions of dollars already of support, nobody else does that, and that was the point I was making. If I didn't make it right, I appreciate you letting me, give me an opportunity to clear that up, because there's no question the drainage district does, the ESD does, the credit, they all do things for the county. As you said, that's how they got here. But again, they're not Nueces County employees, and it goes back to the root of that argument, nor is the hospital district, even though we couldn't, quite frankly, survive without them. That's a whole other argument or a discussion that, Johnny and I've already had conversations about that, about how we need to maybe work to be more independent than we are from the hospital district, but that's not for today's discussion, right? So I just think that we've got to protect the Nueces County employees. We've got to protect the constituents that we have, and at the same time, we've got to mitigate our losses as much as we can. And yeah, the hospital district is a big part of it. And if we set a new standard that says, okay, whatever the standard is fair for one, is fair for the other. If you're wanting to come in and pay this part and this part, and then you'll pay the excess, we'll consider you. That's going to eliminate a lot of people, unfortunately. But I mean,
but I think
wow,
that's
the risk to us
probably the
is
fairest
huge.
way to do that.
But it makes it a choice, and if they
Yes.
can't do it, they go out and get their own. But up to the stop loss, they should be paying for their employees and their dependents. The county should not be forking out that money. It's
Up to the
if
stop
we-
loss you mean that we have to cover, right? Which is
Yes,
But
which
from what
is the county's
huge,
portion, and we
which is
should
huge.
not do that. Yes.
From what I'm hearing, it all depends on their budget, right?
Well, they have a choice to either join with that or go out and get their own,
It
but
depends on what kind of budget they keep, how they spend their money. I think they're the ones that might want to look into it and see how they can save some monies. And Lisa, I have this question for you. You said you had two accounts when we first started that you didn't have a chance to put them in our packet?
Two accounts?
Yeah, well, two numbers that weren't in the packet. When we first started.
The employee count?
Yes.
Those are just active employees. I was asked that by Mr. Soleil this morning, how many current active Nueces County employees there are. And there are 1,102 Nueces County employees. And then if you add CSCD and MPO, that number becomes 1,250.
So is that the correct number? 'Cause I thought you said you were going to get back with us on that.
I gave that number I gave those two numbers a minute ago.
I know, but
they were
when
correct.
we first started, you said you had two items that weren't printed in the packet that you'd get it to us. All I'm asking is, when you do.
No, I said that that this form, what I was told that there would be a column added that said eligible and ineligible. I didn't
I
prepare
have
the
that
form. It
information.
was on
I'm
the
gonna-
confidential packet, and I don't have access
Okay,
to the
all
confidential.
I'm asking, like, when you do get those numbers, would that make a change in what we're talking about? I mean, whether it's either more employees or less employees?
Mr. Bass said no. Mr. Bass said we have enough employees, it wouldn't make any change in our policy or costs and for the employees.
So it wouldn't make
No.
any change in the conversation we're having right now?
No.
Okay.
Did you have anything else you want to add or any other questions we want to ask about this?
I did notice that there's a couple of mathematical errors on this, but again, they said that it didn't matter for.
There's also, we don't have the total on the prescription drugs. There's a
Yes,
lot of
so-
variables in here, which is why I would suggest the best way moving forward for this year in such short notice to our partners is if we could add a paragraph, a piece of language in there that makes the entity for their individuals and their employees, their family members, up to, I think our stop loss is 475 right now. Is it 475? Is somebody correct me? 450? Yeah, I was told 475 in the other meeting the other day, but I knew it was 450 last year.
John and Alicia, can you confirm what the stop loss payment coverage is?
It's 475,000.
That's what I thought. I was told the other day.
And then the secondary insurance kicks in? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think what I would suggest in short notice for those of us who don't want to drop our partners and appreciate this stuff just this year in short notice would be anyone that is wanting to continue would have to sign current MOUs with that language in there that they are responsible for that portion of their employees and their dependents if they go above the amount, up to the 475 that the county, we just can't take on everybody's problems like that. The risk is too high for the county given the situation we're in, or they can refuse and go out and get their own. That's a choice that they would have to make if you want to sign on with that paragraph, or if, to me, seems like the easiest solution for us right now.
Judge, I'd ask you to keep in mind that I put on next court's agenda our stop loss insurance is up for renewal by the end of the month, so I put it on 7/17 court agenda, and there are some recommendations presented by McGriff on what we should do with that. So
is that number
Yeah.
not included in these premiums that we have right here?
Do they pay
Do they
their
pay for
portion of
that?
stop loss?
Yeah, exactly.
John, can you answer that question?
Do the outside entities pay their portion of the stop loss insurance premiums? Because that ought to be included too if they're going to participate.
I don't believe the answer to that is yes.
No, they don't.
Yes.
Right?
That's,
So they
that's
don't- so
another
we-
problem.
That the
Yeah.
stop loss,
I mean-
the premium is that's a fee to the county.
Right. So, and
To all our partners, let's be clear if you're listening in, is like that this is, we know previous courts have made these decisions. We are not taking this situation lightly. But in light of the county's budget that we've been faced with and in light of what they are telling us our insurance is going to be lacking in this year, need funds put in, and then next year anticipation, we have to do something. We can't continue ourselves like this.
so, okay, so is what you're saying, Judge, because if you're saying that,
I think they should pay their total premiums, whatever it is, and their portion of the stop loss as well. If that's a cost to the county, they should have a portion
and
of
anything
that.
over the stop loss, whatever their claim is over the stop loss.
Our claims right now go, if you have a hospital stay or whatever, if it's $350,000, the county does that. If it goes over 475, that's when the other insurance kicks in.
Right, but so in other words,
So they should pay-
how do you word it? I get,
Oh,
their
true.
portion of the stop loss premium is easy, but let's say, when we get, where is it that we get hit that we have to cover them over the stop loss, right? So if their
No,
claim
the
goes
stop loss
over.
is what covers everybody. We get hit with any claim up to the stop loss.
Right, so they would have to pay their portion of the premiums and anything not covered at the stop loss. I'm not saying it right, but whatever the gap is.
Yes.
They would have to pay that gap.
Yes.
Right.
For their liability, their employees or something.
So you want us to negotiate where they pay their premiums for the plan, their stop loss premium portion, correct?
Just like the county does.
And then any and all claims up until the stop loss where
Kicks
the
in.
whole group
Yes.
is protected.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
But if
Because
we're going
that's-
to continue this, I think that's only fair because
Well, I'm
that's.
only willing, I would support that for a year until we go back out and have everybody have some time. If that's okay with everyone, I'm willing to do that because that mitigates our liability. And it gives them time to go look. And I don't, no offense to Johnny either, Johnny, I was going to come back to you. I don't agree. I think I've got a really nice plan and I don't have 25 employees on my plan. I got 25 or 30 employees, but they're not all on the plan. And I've got really reasonable and good insurance. And I think there are plans out there because it says you have 23 people. I don't know if that's right, but it says hospital district has 23 on there. So I would hope that y'all would go look again at least. But if we can do that, Judge, if you're willing, to support that and everybody else is to make a motion to say, look, like starting now, okay, we won't cut you off this year. That may be where we're headed, but but if what we're saying is they got to pay not only got to pay their employer part and employee part, which I think they are all paying.
They are.
That was
They
all
are,
said.
yes.
Then they also got to pay their portion of the premiums for stop loss, and they got to pay the number up to the stop loss. Their portion of the claims. Great. Now I still don't think some of them can do it. I mean, meaning we got to check them financially to see if they can do it, but I don't think some of them can even do it. I mean, it's better than nothing, and at least the hospital district would be we reduce half the litigation, half the liability, because they have 23 of the 50 employees. Now, 23 employees, I don't know what they total.
On dependents or
On the
anything like
dependents,
that,
they're 56. So they're only 56 of the 130. So we're still hanging out there with a lot of exposure. So, but we got, if they're willing to do it and they can financially do it, then that's better than where we are now. And I mean, I don't love it, but what?
The stop loss, the 475.
I don't know what it is.
Is that going to go up? Do we know if
Well,
that's
that's what
going
I
to
think
be
he's saying. There's
He's
something
saying we're
coming.
not sure,
The
so
renewal
that will
is
be
coming up,
open.
so-
Yeah.
That's why it's got to be generic language. It just says whatever it is.
Yeah, their portion, I mean, we spread it because of the numbers, but the county shouldn't be paying for that solely anyway. Yes.
So yeah, Johnny, call me later. I'll help you find a good insurance person if you need one. Because my plan's
Thank you, I appreciate
my
that.
plan's
Thank
pretty
you.
good, and I don't have as many employees on it as you do.
Or I'm
Not
thinking
anywhere near. You got.
Maybe our county employees should go to the hospital district.
Well, yeah,
Let
you got
them have a large
but
number.
he's got 56
Them
total
covered.
covered people. I don't have that many, and my plan's pretty good and pretty reasonable. I mean, it's not awesome.
It was a while back, and we were looking for plans that had deductibles people could afford and stuff like that. But we'll work with the court and do whatever y'all want to do.
Thank you, we appreciate that. Any
Do you have
other?
a motion, Judge?
Well, we
Oh,
have to
sorry.
come out of the workshop
Sorry,
and go
sorry,
into
sorry,
the
sorry.
regular, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
You have
I mean, I'm
questions?
fine in the workshop. I can ask during
Yeah.
the regular.
Are you ready to go to the regular then?
Yeah, I mean, I'll
We still
still.
have to do the proposals
What proposals?
for the rates.
Well, we still got to talk about those rates.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's the sticky
Kind
one.
of extra problem we threw on top of every other
Yeah.
problem. I mean,
We have something else to
still
do,
got
sorry.
another 2 hours probably of discussion on those.
Well, no, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't think we're charging enough on the rates, but I'm not going to sit here and argue it all day long. It's either going to be what it is, or we're going to go up, or I don't think that's 2 more hours. I mean, because just the question, Lisa, or whoever was, at this increase in rates, how much, didn't we have a big projection on what that was going to put us in the hole? That we're not even close to charging what we should be charging to anybody. I mean, it's.
The increase would be
That's
150,000.
correct. That's correct.
We would need additional.
It has
2
been
million.
stated in several commissioners' courts long before this that you wanted to know about these unanticipated big transfers that we had to do at the end of the year ahead of time. The only way that I can tell you about that ahead of time is to project it now whenever we're setting these rates. And again, whenever you set these rates, that determines how much money you're going to have in the self-insurance fund available. And if we don't have enough to cover the claims, that's whenever we have to pull and transfer funds from the general fund to cover. And so in order to prevent those unknown transfers at the end of the year, you have to sufficiently budget your premiums at the beginning of the year for both employees and employers.
Those numbers are
And
right
it was
now
approximately
anticipated.
3 million, I believe.
3,150,000 with the suggested increase in the employee portion.
I believe it was a 3 million deficit.
Yeah.
John, you could
Additional
correct
funds
me.
needed in there.
Sorry?
Y'all need to stop saying John, because I'm
Sorry,
I'm
I
looking
know,
up every
I
time
heard
I'm like-
Elise earlier, and I heard
I'm
Lisa, and I was like,
looking.
what?
I'm like, what? What are you saying?
Exactly.
What are you saying to me?
Mr. Bass, could you please correct me? It is a 3 million deficit?
For this plan year ending 9/30/24, the deficit is projected to be approximately 2.5 million.
And then
And
for
I
the,
want to make a clarifying statement, that when we calculate the necessary rates to fund the plan, we calculate all expenses to the plan, not just claims. We calculate administrative expense, stop-loss insurance, obviously medical and pharmacy claims, and any other administrative costs go into the calculation of premium rates. So if you set your premium rates correctly, including stop-loss, there was some discussion just a moment ago on that, then you can charge the outside entities the appropriate amount for all services. So that's, you know, the county is a self-insured. You're funding your own plan. You're not paying it to a third party. It's an internal budget process, as Lisa commented. We're just simply showing what the county needs to allocate for their self-insured plan, certainly for this upcoming plan year.
And
then
what are you
obviously
showing
trying
that
to
to be?
project
What are you showing that to be? What is your recommendation that we need to be doing to
Allocate.
properly fund?
whoever's could be put up. I can share my screen, or whoever is sharing the screen, I can go through a couple of the scenarios.
And then also think about this one. What's your opinion on going out for not a self-insured and going to, since we're spending so much on insurance, should we be bidding this out to an insurance company and not be self-insured? So that's another question for you that I forgot I had, so,
I was going to ask that.
yeah.
Tim, which visual should we be looking at?
If you would go to your 5-year glide path, it shows the deficit where we currently are in regards to our current health plan.
Which page is that? Trying to figure out where you're going.
I know that I gave that to you in the previous Commissioners Court. I'm not sure if I presented that.
That,
Just gotta find
on
it.
that page that you were just at, that 2025 was the number that I was using.
5-year glide. You want me to go to the 5-year glide plan? Is that
I
what you're
think
saying?
what we're initially asking right now is what is the county's budget for next year anticipation to be?
Well, what is,
Portion.
yeah, like
the
what
county's
is he,
portion.
I want to know what he recommends.
Yes.
So that we don't lose our tails again. I mean,
That's
that's
what
what I
we're
want.
getting ready to get into, Commissioners and Judge.
This
That-
1.9,
That right there, that was, oh,
no.
you, there you go.
Okay. Wait, go back one? Or wait, that one?
And I'm looking for the 5-year glide path for May 2024 that shows the
That was there.
projected deficit.
Wait, you had it, Connie, right there.
Okay, that,
Share the screen.
That's fine right there. I can see it. Everybody can see it.
Yes.
that one, you can see the 2025 deficit is, it says it in the, under 2025, they're projecting $3,449,019. And that's what I'm
God.
That's the amount that is underfunded or anticipated to be underfunded. It could be more, but that's
And why does
historically.
why does it go down so much in 26 and 27? Because you're anticipating a rate increase?
Yes.
Putting the employer contribution.
Okay,
Yes.
so how do we avoid, I'm sorry, Mr. Bass, what do we need to do, in your opinion, to avoid this $3.5 million loss in 25? I mean, it's that simple.
So
What this glide path shows is the deficit going from left to right. It shows what the projected deficit will be for plan year ending 9/30/24, roughly $2.5 million. The plan will not collect enough revenue through your funding rates to cover your plan expenses. What we're suggesting, and that's something the county will have to deal with once the plan year closes, and how the county wants to deal with that deficit. What we really want to concentrate on today is we don't want to have a known deficit at the end of plan year 2025, ending 9/30/2025. And what we're suggesting is the county needs to increase its funding rates, either all by the county or in some part by employees, by roughly $3.5 million. That's roughly the break-even point. And notice that we calculate all expenses, projected medical claims, pharmacy claims, administrative costs, stop-loss insurance, etc. So it's an all-in review of plan expenses, and the goal is to obviously break even, or at least not knowingly underfund the plan.
And so what is it going to take? I know you can say it's 3.5 million. What's your suggestion on how that breaks down based on your knowledge, I'm assuming, of the county budget and the employee rates and so forth? What is the recommendation? Because obviously the 7.5% is not getting us there. So what gets us there? Like, what's your recommendation for this?
Sure. If you look at that 2025 column, what we're suggesting is, in this scenario, the county does not change employee contributions. So their premiums that they are deducted from their paycheck twice a month, those do not change. The county makes up the entire difference, which is roughly a 29% increase to the county portion of the plan.
And that's your recommendation?
Employee contribution increase 0, employer, which is the county contribution increase.
Mr. Bass, I'm asking what your recommendation is. We hired you to make a recommendation. You're recommending that we eat every time of it and the employees don't? Is that what you're recommending? I'm asking, is that your recommendation?
This is one scenario, Commissioner. If we go to the next page, there's a second scenario, a second page. And again, we're getting the direction from the insurance committee.
That's not what I'm asking, Mr. Bass. I'm asking you. You are a professional that we have hired to help us through this. What is your recommendation? You see this all over the state of Texas. You just rattled off 10 counties that you have knowledge of. What do other counties do? What is your recommendation? I just need to know what your recommendation is. I get what the insurance, I get it, but I need to know what your recommendation is.
So, John, maybe you might want to go to
Recommendation
scenarios 5 and 6, which specify that we have salary banded recommendations to help us get out of the deficit that we're in. John and I worked on this tirelessly to try to get that information to you so that you would have enough information to make a decision.
one of the other suggestions in the insurance committee, Commissioner, was it's too late this year, but as John has been, Commissioner Matas, I'm sorry, has been trying to push for the last couple of years, us going out for bids and getting away from this as well.
Going out for bids not to self-insure?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think we
Yes.
all like that idea.
Yeah.
We've done that before.
This,
It hadn't
this
played out.
suggestion with this on the 7.5%, and this was in the meetings just to get us through this year and changing next year, but we have to have enough time to go out for bids.
But,
Yes.
okay, but wait. This is still showing a $3.5 million contribution, and I know given the different scenarios, I'm asking Mr. Bass,
Yes.
based on what he sees in other counties and what he recommends to clients, what is his recommendation? And I'm asking your opinion.
Well, Commissioner, to answer your question, if the county does not want to run a deficit for its self-insured plan, it needs to increase its contributions into the plan through premium rate increases.
And the
Substantially
employee.
through the employer portion, and we recommend increasing employee contributions by a modest amount. 7.5% increase is a modest amount.
Very modest. So your recommendation is that the county come up with, I'm trying to get to your 7.5% deal, that we would have to come up with how much more, and the employees would pay how much more?
Connie, can
Roughly,
you put
the
up
county would come up
scenario
with
5 and 6?
roughly $3.2 million
Proposals
of
5
the
and 6.
balance from, which is a couple $100,000 from employees. Now, you can raise employee contributions if you'd like. Commissioner, I'm not disputing your comment. I'm just simply saying that the county has underfunded its self-insured plan for a number of years.
And we're doing it again this year, in other words, unless we go find $3 million somewhere in our budget to fund it, right? 3.2. You're saying 3.2 of the 3.5, we need to put in 3.2, and your recommendation, based on what you see from other counties around the state, is that the employees should pay $250,000. So they ought to, let's see, let me do that real quick. So $250,000 divided by 3.5 million. County ought to pay 93% of that. The employees should pay 7, and we should pay 93, and that's your recommendation to this court, right? Just making sure I'm clear, because that's what you're saying. You want us to pay 93, and the county employees to pay 7, right?
The county has discretion if it wants to increase employee contributions more than 7.5%.
I get that,
Again,
but I'm asking for your recommendation based on what you see around the state. What do other counties do? I get you
What
don't
are
want to
their
answer this question, but
employee
answer it.
portions of their policies?
I get the 3.5. I'm asking you, what you're saying is you're recommending today a 7.5% increase, which is basically the county paying 93% and the employees paying 7 for this increase. Is that your recommendation? Yes or no? And if it's not, what is it?
So, John, I did ask you to.
Tim, I'm not asking you. I'm asking for Mr. Bass. Please let him answer the question. I've asked it 6 times and I haven't gotten an answer yet.
Yeah, Commissioner, you cannot fund the deficit through employee contributions. Even if you doubled employee contributions, that would not come close to funding your deficit. Over the years, the county has picked up the vast majority of the cost share for the self-insured plan. So even if you raised employee contributions, if you doubled them,
what is your recommendation, Mr.
100%,
Bass? You don't need to keep explaining it to me. I understand we've gotten ourselves in this box. We haven't done it because we haven't had the political wherewithal to do it. So what is your recommendation today so that I can move on from this question and get off of this? What are you recommending based on what you see all over the state and all these counties you work with? Quit hedging. Just answer it. If you don't want to make it, say, I don't want to make a recommendation. That's your choice. I'll move on. But I need a recommendation, or I need you to say I'm not making one.
Commissioner, I can't make a recommendation because I'm putting scenarios in front of the court to review to determine what is the appropriate path for at least this next plan year. The bottom line is the county, if it does not want to have a deficit for next plan year, the county will have to substantially increase its portion of the premium rates in order for that deficit to go away.
Okay, we can move on because he
now,
doesn't want to answer my question, so that's fine. I just can't get I mean, that's not a recommendation. That's an explanation that we all know. So you're not making a recommendation. You're just putting out scenarios, and we have to choose without your recommendation. That's not helpful, but okay, that's your position. I'll move on. Go ahead. Sorry.
Commissioner, if I may, I did ask John to give a break-even analysis for us, which would address your question. John, can you show that information for break-even analysis? What the county would have to put into the plan to actually...
I know that. That's been answered. That wasn't my question, but that's okay. I know exactly what we have to do. $3.5 million in some way, shape, or form.
Okay.
Thank you. That's about as unimpressive as I get.
So we were presented several scenarios before the court today to decide how you would like to proceed in regards to employee rates. Obviously, you see that we are at a significant deficit and will continue to be so over the next 4 or 5 years that have been laid out before us. And so we need to decide today, in consideration of open enrollment occurring in less than 2 weeks, whether we're going to raise the employee rates, increase our employer contribution, or leave it at the same rate that it is. We haven't had an increase on the non-Aetna plan, on the Aetna plan for 6 years, and we haven't had an increase on the SPAWN network for the past 4 years. And so it isn't in our best interest to continue not increasing the rates and to absorb the majority of the deficit that we have before us.
You know, this issue, it's not because lack of political wherewithal. I think that, you know, it's been very intentional, deliberate, and it goes across political philosophy. And so I think if anyone would have told you, if he was still here, would have been Lloyd Neal as an insurance man, understanding it the best of why he kind of set that policy, and even county judges and courts before that, and it's been continued, is one, Nueces County does not pay its employees the rates that it should be across the board, period. That is a deliberate action, whether intentional or unintentional, has been deliberate in what we've taken in the budget year after year. We have not taken on a bigger burden to ensure that our employees are paid the wages that they should across the board, that are moving to smaller counties in our area because they're not being paid what they can be or what they deserve to be. That's part of the problem. So what we've tried to do is make that up by saying we get that we're not going to pay you what your job should be paid closer to, and instead we're going to make up that difference with health care. It's been paid off one way or the other. That's why we're here. It's not because we've been derelict in what we should have or have been doing as a court. We've known very good and well why we did this. I agree. It's gone across the political spectrum, so no matter what. We see this as this is a give that we've always tried to give employees. Unfortunately, we're in the time where the numbers, the tax relief that we would get from big industry has not been able to keep up with that. We've had protests from large industry, large property taxpayers in our community that are not making up that difference. And so now we're seeing a huge burden on the rest of us. And so that's how and why we're facing what it is. I mean, there are some bigger issues that we need to look at. Yes, at some point we should and need to stop and say, yes, we can't keep paying in as the county all this amount and just taking the burden away. But we've done it to kind of soften the blow, because when you only give a small percentage increase of a salary increase, if we give one, which we've been pretty good about trying to do that every year, the last several years especially, it's still not keeping up with inflation or with the going rate for that position in other counties. So it's a mixture of things. It's not to, I would say, it's not that we put our blame on ourselves. I mean, in the end, we could have taken better steps, I think, as a county. I mean, we have wanted to have tax relief even in more prosperous times, and in times now where it is more difficult, it hurts even more. And really, one of the only solutions to that would be looking at bringing something that's more equitable to be able to keep our budget the way that it is and continue to have it grow. I mean, everything is growing. The price of everything is going up. Nothing is going down. So this is one of those things as well. But I think we're on the right path with the discussion that the commissioner and others have brought up, is that we need to look at how much of a burden do we put on the employee, how much do we put on these other entities that have been part of our program for so many years. Those are all legitimate concerns, and I think that we do need to heavily weigh those out, but give adequate notice. The only one that I think was truly monitoring was obviously Mr. Hip with the NCHD, but there's going to be other partners after our our votes are taken now and into the future, that we do our best to inform them that they need to be aware of these steps, because it has a direct impact and burden on their budgets as well. They may be moving along not realizing that it's going to, the rug's going to be pulled from under them, and because of a policy that we've carried out throughout the years. But I think in concept, I do agree with a lot of what is said. I think how we got here, that's up for what interpretation I think would allow. But I do want us to be more responsible. I do expect that we should be. I know that we do need to have employees put in more, but how do we do that if we're not increasing the salary? I mean, it's all tied in, so it's not just one section or another. I know that it's difficult. I think no matter which consultant that we would have here today, it would be difficult for them to answer some of those questions. But we do need some clarity. We do need a specific yes or no, so that we can know, are we asking the right questions? Are we taking the right steps in this policy and in this step moving forward for this next year? I do agree with the judge. We expect to see some relief next year once we are able to go out for a new health plan. But the market could be totally different, and we could be paying even more than we are now. We just don't know that, but our anticipation is when you renew, typically the rates are going to be at least lower in the first few years, and maybe that's the best way that we can try to keep these insurance policies honest. So it's a lot to look at. It's a lot to juggle. But like I said, we're going to have some surprised individuals, both employees and or partnering entities, or entities that at least have been able to latch onto our program over the years. But it is what we need to do, and I think it's a precursor, Judge, for what we have to look at in the upcoming budget workshops and the adopted budget later this year.
Thank you, John.
Those are great comments, and it brings a debate that I had with Lloyd over this all those years ago, which was that the county employees will never know how much we are subsidizing their insurance by millions of dollars that we're saving. All they look at is their bottom line that goes into their pockets, right? They look at the rates they make, the salaries they make, and the benefits. You're right, he was dead set on doing it this way. But I always said, but the county employees just aren't going to hear loudly and clearly how many millions of dollars we're subsidizing their insurance for. They just want raises. And so you're right. This has gone on.
Been getting a raise with our insurance premiums go up, but we've been covering that cost. So
right, and that's
all
what
these
they
employees
and
that
they,
think they're
and they
not getting one.
Right,
yes.
and they don't. And understandably, they don't get it because they don't watch this. They don't listen to everything. They just go, man, I'm only making this amount of money. But if they knew how many millions of dollars this county was subsidizing their insurance, they might think differently. Or had we started doing what Lloyd didn't want to do all those years ago, we wouldn't be sitting here having to subsidize, and we could give more raises because the subsidies could have gone to raises instead of subsidizing insurance. So I'm not saying we should overburden them with the increase. I was just trying to get the guy to answer a question so that we could make an intelligent decision based on what other counties do, of which he hasn't done for me yet and won't do, and I'm not going back there. But you're right. I mean, that was a debate because Lloyd would say, no, I want to do insurance. And I'd say, Lloyd, they're not going to get that. Like, they're not going to understand how valuable that is to them. And I mean, look, this is a prime example. So if we do this based on scenario whichever, and we go 7.5%, and they go up by 200,000, and we put in 3.2 million, you know how far that would go if we could do that in raises? And instead of we're having to do it in subsidies for insurance, that a lot of them just they just don't know. They don't even know they're getting this thing because they don't see it in their paychecks. And I don't blame them. So I don't know how we get where we're getting or how we get to where we're going, because we can't come up with $3.2 million. I don't know. We'd have to raise the taxes out the wazoo. We're going to have to phase it in too, or we're going to end up with another deficit next year, which, I mean, it's a bad spot. It's just a really bad spot.
And then we would hit the tax cap as well anyway, more than likely.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
we won't get
that's the
anything
whole issue.
exactly.
Right. So, right.
So I'm sorry I was late. I had a doctor's appointment. But, so do we know exactly what a fund balance is right now?
We do, yes.
The fund balance for
Healthcare.
for healthcare fund, yes, it's provided on the attachments, I believe. I'm sorry, I didn't see the attachments before they were attached to the agenda.
Okay, how about the county fund
And
balance?
there's stuff that's marked confidential
How about
that I
the
don't have
county
access.
fund balance? What's the fund balance for the county right now?
For the general fund, I'm sorry, I didn't come prepared with that number at this particular moment. I can get that for you.
Yeah, but it's hard to make decisions up here too without knowing what we're looking at.
I did get the balance for the self-insurance fund, and I believe
is
it
that?
is attached.
Is it 1.9? Wasn't it the other day or something?
Yeah.
But that's probably changed.
Yes,
don't have
I believe it was
access to the confidential
1.968 was the budget surplus, is what we discussed previously.
Yes. But it would still be lacking next year, would still need the additional 3 million in there no matter what we're anticipating ending the year up with.
And so, Commissioners and Judge, I wanted you to know the reason why we looked at a 7.5% increase was to lessen the blow of what we actually have to contribute to the plan to be totally in the black. And I believe, John, that number was somewhere upwards of $6 million total that is needed to get us out of the black over the course of get us out of the red over the course of the next 4 years. The 7.5% is a modest number. It does require the county to absorb a huge percentage of about 27.8%, which will be the increase. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're saying 7.5% over what they're doing now?
Correct, yes.
So what would be the total amount?
So, Connie, can you show them scenarios 5 and 6, proposals 5 and 6? That is in your the packet that I have before you, Commissioner, in the red envelope. I think the third to the last handout there shows proposals 5 and 6. There's a couple of ways that we can approach this. In consideration of what you were saying, Commissioner, especially for our law enforcement who work really hard and put their lives at risk every day, we did come up with a salary banded contribution scenario, which would mean 0% increase for those that make $50,000 and less, and we have those numbers before you as well. John, do you want to speak more to that?
Let me just say a couple more. Law enforcement, of course, is always up in the front lines, and we always have taken care of law enforcement. We always, and we have a right to do that. But sometimes I just get tired of hearing only certain groups are doing more than other groups. And I know this law enforcement puts a life on the line all the time for us, and they do a job nobody else wants to do. But our employees do a good job too. I mean, employees keep this county going. If not for the employees, we wouldn't be going nowhere. We wouldn't have what we have. So it takes everybody together to make it work. And I don't want to always say we're going to take care of this group because they're the best or because they're the most whatever, and not this group because why? Because they're clerks or because they're department heads or because I don't know. To me, they're all important.
You're correct, Commissioner.
If I'm, I don't want to say we're going to do 7% here, we're going to do 4% over here. Why?
7.5 across the board is more what you think is. Yeah.
And if we're already taking 7.5%, you're taking another 7. That's almost 15%. So I don't know if I would go for 15%, but anyway, I just need to look at we need to look at everything across the board, man. I don't want to start splitting groups up. I think all our employees are important employees. All employees make this county run. They all should be considered as essential employees.
Agreed.
That's my feeling.
We did have that option for salary banded for those that make less than $50,000, which is about 70% of our employees. And so that's one of the reasons why you have the salary banded contributions before you. Even a 7.5% increase is not a significant amount. For example, an employee only currently pays $39.10 biweekly, and that amounts to about an increase of $42.03. So less than $3 increase for that group. And for the Employee Plus family, we're looking at about a $38 increase per month per pay period. So even a 7.5% is not an aggressive number. It takes in consideration what Commissioner Morez pointed out is an incentive to continue working with the county because we do have a robust plan. And I believe John stated previously that we contribute about 85%, employees 15%, in terms of what we provide to the employee for the health plan. So some scenarios have been presented to you so that you could decide which way we should go forward. If you want to do a cross-the-board increase, if you want to do a salary banded increase, or if you want to do no increase. I want to present all of that information to you so you can know what we're looking at and have that information to decide.
I'd like to know how it's going to affect the ones that are doing 30,000, 35,000, not just the 50 or 60,000, because those are the borderline.
Yes, sir.
Poverty level, borderline, which is 30, 35, and they're going to do another 7.5. How's it going to affect them?
Well, to answer your question, Commissioner, I do some coaching by walking around. I listen to what the employees say. Even right now, currently, with the current rates that we offer employees, it's still a strain on their actual income, and any increase would be an additional burden. For those that make less than $30,000 a year, by the time they get their taxes taken out, they might be bringing home $1,200, $1,500 a month.
I agree.
If they have to pay their rent out of that, their car payment, and insurance, and any co-pays, they're basically left with, they may be in a deficit by the end of the month when it comes to trying to pay their bills. So it's a good point to consider, and I do listen to employees, and I take that in consideration. Any increase in consideration of everything going up, food costs, health expense, everything. Gas is almost $4 a gallon. So I understand the burden that it places on employees accordingly.
Yeah. But if we don't do, let's just say hypothetically we had this pool of money and we went in and whatever way we did it, we said we're going to budget the $3.5 million. Aren't we going to be in the same hole again next year?
Yes, sir.
How are we going to ever get out? That's my question. Is we can't get. I mean, let's say we said, you know what, we're going to suck it up 1 year. We're going to fund this $3.5 million. We're going to be reasonable to employees, and we're going to pay the whatever chunk of it we decide to pay since we can't get a recommendation from our consultant. So what stops it from happening again next year? Nothing, right? We can't. I mean, I don't know how we get out of this hole. And I think too, we want to also remember that the motion that we made on limiting social services was that all of that savings goes towards raises this year for employees. So that needs to be factored in when you're doing, because I agree with Commissioner Gonzalez, I want to see that too, but factor that in because that should come into play. But at the end of the day, what's the long-term plan here? What's the long-term play on getting us out of this hole that we're not in this forever, because we can't keep paying $3.5 million deficits down. I mean, I don't know what to do. We either have to get another plan that, we pay, to a third party that we never have been able to do in the past for some reason. I don't, know. Or we just have to know we're just hosed, and we're going to have to put that as a budget challenge every year.
Every year.
I think the answer to your question, Commissioner, is that we need to aggressively fund the health plan to avoid any future deficits.
I need to see more. I mean, I get it. That's a great theory, but I need to see something that says, if we do this for the next 5 years, or this for the next 3 years, or this for the next 2 years, then we can get here, because that little 5-year glide somehow showed the number going down, but I don't understand the math on that, on how it's going to go down. So I guess there's some, the money accumulate. I don't know, but I need to understand that more, because I don't know how you're projecting that's going to go down, because
John,
we're still going to be in the hole.
Do you have those forecasts that I asked you for? John, are you still on the call?
I am. If you could show the glide path again, whoever's showing the screen. Commissioner, I can walk you through the 5 years and show you where, if the county can find revenue to adequately fund the plan for 25, then the increases prospectively in 26, 27 are much more palatable. The premise here is that the county has not funded its self-insured plan appropriately, leading to deficits. If you can bring everything back up to break even, then we know at least the projection healthcare trend is on average, let's call it 7.5%. We're showing that in the outlying years of 26, 27, and 28, in a perfect world, nothing changes, roughly a 7.5% increase will fund the plan, keep it break even. What we do know is that we will, hopefully, the county will go out for RFP in next year, and there may be some opportunities to shave off the necessary increases through additional plan designs or contribution scenarios, etc. But really the ask here is the county to get the plan to where it is self-sustaining. And then you can begin to manage the plan, and it's a lot easier to manage a 7.5% increase versus 24 or 30. You can do that through lots of different ways. You've got many more things at your disposal. And so, especially if the county decides to adopt a non-grandfathered plan, much more flexibility in plan design, as we've discussed earlier. So you're in a much better position. But really, the task we had from Tim was, what does it take in order for the county to get back to break even? And this is what we're trying to show you, this is what it takes to get back to break even. So there will not be significant deficits each and every year.
Which number, John or Tim, is the proposal for? I know we had an option to spread this over a period of time. I think it was 3 years that we had talked about, right?
Yes, sir.
And which proposal is that one again?
John, can you speak more to that? I mean, looking
Which
at the
number is
glide
that?
path, can you just fine tune to the number that the court needs to approve for us to actually break even?
Yeah, I think that was in a previous packet, Tim. But in essence, pay a little bit more over a 3-year period. So as of 2027, 9/30/27, the county would be break even. The county still would be running a deficit, but the deficits would get smaller and smaller as the county put in more money. So not all in funding all in once. That's an option. If the county says, hey, we can only put in this much more, we know we're going to run a deficit, it's going to be smaller, and we're prepared to put more in the following year. Those are options, Commissioner. So
that would be something I would be more.
We're just showing you the various ways in order to get the fund back to break even.
That would be something I would be more inclined to start with, and we'll see what the court says. I mean, that would be my motion, is to we're gonna eat this whole apple, but we're gonna bite it in 3 bites over the next 3 years to eliminate this deficit. And I don't know what the official language would be because I don't have it before us, but do we have a good idea of what I'm saying, or do I need to?
Is that the $3.5 million you're talking about? Spread it out over 3 years?
To take the 3.5,
the
spread it
deficit
out
we're
over
in?
3
Yeah.
years, and it would be complete by the 3rd year. And
It wasn't going away.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, then you're just, that means that we're still going to
Next
have that
year,
end of year unfunded balance.
yes, that's exactly what Mr. Bass said. Yes.
And we'll have that end of year unfunded balance, and all the other entities, assuming that they're still participating in our insurance
I'm
fund,
not
they're
worried
not getting
about
any
that.
of the share of
I'm
that
not worried about
expense.
that. They're more than likely going to be gone. I mean, based on what it sounds like from this court, I mean, I think they just need to be the courtesy and giving the heads up that they're more than likely not going to be a part of this plan unless they can show that they can be a substantial financial contributor, because we're paying the lion's share of this and taking all the liability and little of the benefit. So I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the number that we see here today, which is the 3.5 million. If we want to say let's put it all on the employees, and I guess we can, but I'd like a combination of that and say that we spread that amount over the next 3 years. We're committed to saying we're taking that amount on. It's not saying we're kicking that can down the road. We are taking that amount on. I feel that this is kind of the middle ground, because I'm trying to find a middle ground. I hear what extreme is. I hear what the other end trying to feel for the employees and the burden that this would put on them. I don't think the employees would want to take it all on. I simply don't. But we are in a situation where we are stuck. So my suggestion would be to put a motion that we pay the $3.5 million and spread that equally over the next 3 years. And that's my motion.
You're going to be transferring
Still in
it.
workshop.
We have to transfer it at the end of the year.
Yeah, you have to
anyway.
transfer. So you're paying the
I'm sorry, I thought we were
3.5
out.
million, whether you pay it as a
No.
premium or you pay it at
transfer
the
at the end of
transfer.
the year.
Either way, you're
Accumulate
paying
more.
the 3.5 million.
I don't see-
Next
yeah,
year.
I think it
Yes.
still then accumulates
Yeah,
because
it's going to accumulate.
Yes.
then you're going to have another deficit next year that's going to be added on top of, then you're going to
Yeah.
have another deficit on top of that that's going to be on top of. So I don't think that works, but maybe I'm not hearing it.
Is that,
But,
is that right? Because I always
Yes.
understood that it was only going to be the 3.5 the way it was presented previously. Mr. Saleh or Mr. Bass?
I don't know. That doesn't make sense for me, but I'm not hearing it right.
Anybody want to
With the
chime
3.5
in on that?
that they're asking us this year, saying that we will need for next year's budget, anticipation of that, would there be a fund balance moving forward? Is that what you're anticipating, or a break even at the end of next year, and then we're only going to need the 1.4 or 1.5 next year? So it doesn't do us any good to pass it. I mean, we're going to pay it at the end of the year with a fund transfer, because you can't have a negative balance at the end of the year.
That was my
Right, yeah,
next-
no, we're going to pay. It's just how much
Yeah.
are we paying? And when do we pay it? That's the issue.
Yeah,
So I'm trying to say, let's not pay
Wait
it
till
all
the
right
end of the
now.
year.
Let's wait
Well,
and push it.
You're not paying any of it right now. You're paying it through the premiums throughout the year.
Right.
And so it would be
Where contribution part.
yeah, through the contributions
But that's still
based
paying it.
on,
But that's paying
department.
it.
That's still
I mean,
us
we're
paying it.
Yes.
The
Because this is
employer-
projecting for 25 that we would pay, that the employees would pay 2 million and we would pay 14.3 million. Is that what I'm reading right? Based on this projection for
Which-
25? I'm on the 5-year glide, May of 25. I mean, this projects
Which
no
one
increase
are
to the,
you-
well, I don't know, I'm on scenario 1, so I guess I'll go to,
The 5-year glide scenario.
I don't know
think
which
that's-
scenario, but at the end of the day, it's like,
Yeah.
it's huge. Like, it's just and this is what I'm,
The employee would pay the 2.1 and then,
and which one are you on, Judge? Which the scenario 2 or?
Oh, I was on scenario 1, yeah.
Right, so if you go to scenario 2 even, which is, I guess, the 7.5% increase, the
Yes,
employees would pay
yes.
2.1 and we'd pay 14.1 million. So, which,
Still
which is an increase
having-
of the approximately 3 million.
Yes.
Because the employee's only picking up approximately
150,
200,000.
but required contribution. So, but that includes that balances it. So the
Yes.
scenario 25 that balances it means
Balances
we would
it,
go up.
yes.
So that means 2.116 divided by the total. I don't know how you factor in the rebates, but because the rebates we get back, that's revenue, right? So
We have like
correct.
250,000 on.
So, okay, so I'll do the total revenue. So we're paying 14 on this projection, 14.177 million divided by 17,720,000. We're paying, under this scenario, the county's paying 80% of the premiums and the employer's paying 20. I mean, that's, I'm not saying, that's really, I would, and this is where I hope the employees at least appreciate, because I would welcome you to go find a plan around this state that the county is paying 80% of the I don't
Your
pay that kind of
employer
premium,
is
and
paying
no way,
that
or I'd be,
much. It should be written at the
broke,
bottom of their
too.
checks or something.
so, that's what I'm saying is, it's.
Yeah, but we start
I
that here.
am looking at,
I get it. I'm just saying, I'm saying it because I at least want the employees to acknowledge that we're paying 80% of their premiums, like 80% under this scenario. That we ought to get some credit for that somewhere. It's all because
That
this
was,
is.
that was used twice in versus raises, and just
Yep.
was here.
But they don't remember that.
That was his thing about giving savings.
Exactly.
But it just kept on going. Right.
Exactly.
So it kept on going. So, and we tried to go to private. It didn't work for whatever reason. We probably should have tried harder to go to private, but we didn't. We stayed self-employed. So, but I'm asking Lisa if, again, I don't know what the fund balance is right now.
I
but-
think she has that
I
right
have
now.
the fund balance
Yeah.
for you, sir. All I had to do was run the report. Right now, the general fund is at $39,061,483. Now, you have to keep into account that we've already collected the majority of our property taxes for the year, and so we're going to continue. No, that's for this year, for the year that we're in, the fiscal year that's ending 9/30 of '24. We're at $39,061,000, but we've collected the majority of our revenue, and our expenses are going to continue. And so that fund balance is just going to drop hard.
So what's the?
Projected is
general-
25 million is what you brought to us not too long ago, right?
What's the general fund balance right now?
The fund balance today, which is what he's asking for, is $39,061,483.
General fund?
In the general fund, but again, you're going to have a lot of expenses.
Anticipated end of year fund balance.
Yes,
Give
so
us
you
that.
still have 2 more months of expenses
Okay, I
and no
understand
more revenue coming in.
Anticipated end of the year fund balance
Yes.
is what you gave us the 25 at not too long ago.
So it's not at 28?
The estimated end of the year fund balance is going to be around 20 million, conservatively,
What
very
about-
conservatively.
20?
So we were at
20,
28. We were
22,
28.
20.
What happened to?
Wait.
We were at 28.
No, we were 25
Yeah, a
last
month ago
year
it
at
was
the end of the
25.
year.
But then we went up to 28, then went back to 25. So what, between 20 and 25, I don't know what happened.
I don't either.
But the thing is, because I was thinking, I thought we were still 25. I said, well, they're just paying off.
The fund balance at 9/30 of '23 was $25,782,284. But remember, this year, we adopted the no new revenue rate. Our revenues didn't go up. We did not collect from some of our property tax
Taxing
owners.
entities,
Taxing
yes.
entities, there you go. We
Refinery-
did
refinery,
not
top of the
collect the
refinery.
amount assessed. They were disputed and settled for a drastically lower amount. Therefore, revenue that was budgeted was not received because they settled for a much lower amount than was.
So we got some.
You got some, but half of what
Well, but so we got some.
I understand half is better than nothing,
Right.
but we were getting half before. But this time, half became a lot more money than it was in previous years because of the appraised values. So there was a significant chunk of our budgeted revenue that we knew we were not going to collect, yet Commissioners Court took action to adopt the no new revenue rate. And so, yes, I'm anticipating that the fund balance is going to take a huge hit this year.
So you're thinking we're going to go from 25 to 20, and then
20,
on top
I
of
was-
that, we're going to start out needing 3 million for this. So then we're down to 17.
Yes, so
I
again.
mean, we need to know what we're voting on
Yes,
right
yeah.
here today.
Yes.
Because I might want to pay half of it. Who knows? I mean,
Remember, I know that we have an unfunded health insurance fund balance, he just said it, of 2.5 million this year. So even if I started off at that 25 that we were at, and I assumed we broke
22,
even this year, 2.5 million, you're going to get mad at me if I don't disclose that I've got to transfer that out. So taking that 2.5 off, that's where my 23, 22 just came from. And that's just the math off the top of my
I don't
head.
think we can make a decision on our participation level today. I think all we
Yeah.
can make it a level, because we don't know what it is. I don't see, we don't have good enough numbers for us to decide what to do with the reserves or not to do with the reserves. We don't know what the reserves are going to be. We don't know what's going to be. I think we have to make a decision today
Just to
on
do
how much
that.
increase we're going to put on the employees percentage-wise.
And the
then
outside
move forward and
entities
figure out the rest.
participating.
Well, yeah, that for sure, that's
Yes,
different. I was,
yes,
yeah, and the whole grandfather thing, we can wait on, but I mean,
We'll-
at
we'll
least
be-
give some direction on that too, but I think we need, I mean, I don't know how we decide what to do
A
today
percentage
on
on
our,
that.
other than the percentage on the employees, because we have to go to open enrollment, right?
Yes.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
and that's to me, that's the debate.
I agree.
But Because I don't know how how do we decide?
There's no way
We don't know
that-
what reserve, we don't have the number today.
Again, I'm anticipating the fund balance for the general fund to be approximately 22 million.
That's what you're
Be-
anticipating, but we don't know. I mean,
Well, no, you're never going to know until the books are closed.
You're not gonna know, but it's close. I mean, we need to be
We
pretty
know
close.
we're going to
22
be in a
million is an
deficit on the
extremely
healthcare fund.
conservative
Yes.
number for you because I know that we underfunded health insurance by 2.5 million. It's a known amount. And so I take 25 million, subtract 2.5, 22 is a good number. And that's assuming that
And we used 2 million, what if
revenues
we used 2 million?
came
to-
in really high and expenses come in low.
No, she's saying funding this year, like.
At the
she's
end
talking
of
about,
9/30.
like, right now, not next year. We're talking right now, where she knows we're 2.5 million in the hole.
For health
this-
insurance.
Sometimes-
And that's
but
the
if
reason
it's
why
something, we just
setting
take
the
2 million
premiums to cover the correct amount is important. Because if you don't, then again, I'm going to be, well, Dale will be right here next year saying, hey, we need another 3 million. Remember that 3 million we didn't cover in premiums? We need that 3 million now. And you're going to have to try to come up with
So
3
we pay
million
3
then.
million, gives us 20.
The
Kind of.
22 million, again, really rough estimate, the 22 million covers the 2.5
For this year.
for this year.
And then that doesn't touch the
And-
deficit for next year.
That it doesn't touch the deficit for next year, but next year, property tax rates haven't been set. So there could be some offset there. You could offset by having property tax rates help to fund known deficits. That's the advantage of having these conversations ahead of time instead of at the end of the year.
No, I mean, I mean, because I can't. But you can, promise.
So I think the proposals that are in the binder that we have to make a decision on, like the salary band proposal based on the salaries and the level.
The what proposal?
The different scenario, the proposals that they have in the binder, either the county picking up 100% or the different percentages that the employees will take on, and then the options to look at the employee share based on their salaries. They have different percentages that we would go to, or your choices. I mean, either going to do 100% county, or you have to pick.
And is that legal to do? That's a good question, Teresa. Can we, like, if, let's say, we decide to do an average of 10%, but we don't want to pop the lower, I know that sounds, but is that discriminatory? I mean, is that allowed to say somebody, just because you make a higher salary, you're going to pay a higher percentage? Is that what, because I think that's what you just said.
So yes, in the proposals that are presented to you, the 7.5% was a modest number. We could make that number higher or lower if you decide to
No,
do
but
so.
can you make it different for different levels of people that with different salaries? Because 10% is going to hit someone making 30 harder than it is making 60, right? But is that even legal to do? I've never heard of that.
Well, let's do
It's
50K
done
and
in many
0%.
different employers and including government entities. And John and Alicia, could you speak more to the legality of that?
You can classify premiums by salary band. It's done all the time.
Okay.
So the proposal that I presented to the court was for those making less than 50 to either have a 0% increase or a modest increase of 5%, and then those making more would absorb more of the cost. And even still, with those recommendations, it's still a modest increase. But we could either do flat across the board, we could do salary band, or we could do nothing.
Salary band makes it more palatable. I mean, because I hate to do it to anybody, but I don't know what to do. I don't know how we're going to pay for it either.
And given that at least 70% of our employees make less than $50,000 a year, that is why the salary banded contributions was presented to the court as an
That's going to
option.
sure put a big old pop on those ones who don't, who make over 50.
Correct.
If 70% of our salaries are under 50.
Yes.
That's why they passed
It
the
does
big bucks.
require more contributions indeed. And so one of the packets that I have before you shows that number. If you do by
Where you at?
this packet here.
What page is that?
Should we go out of workshop, Judge? Should we
first-
start making motions?
It's the
Are y'all
first
ready to come out of workshop?
We're still in workshop. So
Oh.
we can't even make
Yeah,
a
we
motion.
can't make
Oh,
motions
no, I'm not making a
yet.
motion, you say what page?
No, I was just saying if we're ready to do that.
It's
Yeah.
on the screen, Commissioner. It's
Oh, okay.
document.
Are,
You know, the way it looks here, if you, anything under, if you say anything under 50 or 50 under, it's not gonna be no increase,
No, he's saying modest.
modest, or modest increase. I don't know what modest is, man, increase is increase. But anything above, so anybody making them above that, it's gonna pay maybe twice as more?
To get to the average. Yep.
If I can just point out that what's on the screen is more than one scenarios. This is just one option. That covers 2 pages, under 50K, say under 50K to 0. Then you have 50 to 75. The next page, 75 to 100, over 100. The second scenario, if you scroll down some more, Connie, is 50K, under 50K. You keep going. There's three scenarios here.
You say 100 is 100 pay period, 100 one time?
This is annual salary.
Annual salary.
Annual salary.
Okay.
So, and Plan 3, is that what this is?
What? I'm sorry. I've been using the page numbers to help me keep
sorry.
track.
Yeah.
1 and 2 is one scenario.
three.
Then
I like 2
3 and
right
4,
now.
and then you have 5 and 6. Or there's probably more scenarios there. I don't know. It's
Can you go back and show 2 again?
Scenario 2 or page?
Scenario 2.
Yeah, the medium is scenario 2.
Huh?
The
Scenario
medium
2.
increase would be, in the middle would be scenario 2.
With a 4.5% increase for the under 50K, not the 7.5, only doing the 4.5. 10% for the 50K to 75, and 15 to the 75 people making 75,000 to 100, 15%, and over 100 at 20%.
And that gets you an average of 7.5%? Is that what these all scenarios consider an
Get you
average
to
of
that
7.5%?
7.5% without putting the burden on the lower paid employees.
No matter what we do, it's not going to be enough, so y'all decide
Exactly.
and I'll go along. Because I mean, no matter what we do, it's not going to
It's
work.
still not, it's not
We're
enough
gonna-
to
we're gonna be
cover us, so, yeah.
We're screwed no matter how we do this. So it's just a matter of how you want to unscrew it. I don't know how to do it.
It's not a pretty scenario at all.
Bad mamma jamma.
So are we ready to come out of the workshop then and
Yes, ma'am.
deal with them? So it is 11:17, and we are coming out of the workshop and going to the regular agenda. Human Resources, discuss and consider authorizing and approving Nueces County employees' self-funded group health programs and ancillary services renewals for the plan 2024-25. I will accept any more discussion or a motion, if we're ready for a motion after all the discussion, that being, anyone, I
What do you want to do, Judge?
accept a motion if someone has one. The only addition I want, we're in the regular agenda,
Judge?
we can do a motion now. Oh, sorry.
Just a suggestion. I think there's about 3 parts to this. And the
Yes.
first one should probably be approving the renewals. Just
The renewal
regular
rates just for the employees, we're not
No,
gonna.
not that part. The renewals of the actual health plans.
Oh, okay.
First.
So we're
And
going to
then y'all
need
can get
3
to the
different
employee
votes for
contribution.
all of these on the bottom, not one vote for it.
Right.
Okay, perfect. So,
Could that motion include direction to go out for an RFP? Because the only reason I want to even continue doing it this was because you said we're going out for RFP and we're going to look at everything.
that's
But
for
I'd
next
like
year,
direction
yes.
to have that so that you can start working on that with direction from us too. Yeah, I'd like to
Yes.
get that.
That's a good idea. Start early.
So
So
Start early, start now.
do I have a motion on the benefits renewal rates?
No, not on the rates, just on the renewal of the plan, right, Michael? Yes. Not the
Yeah,
rates.
oh, it says rates on here,
Well, no,
sorry. Yeah, plan, yes, very good. Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, so the motion would be to renew the plan, but to direct the purchasing agent to immediately go out for RFP to look at a complete overhaul of this current plan for the next year. That'd be my motion.
With other agencies.
Right.
I mean, outside the county, right? I mean,
Well, I got
Well,
another
this
motion
direction,
for.
but he'll have to bring that back to
But, well,
another
hold on,
board.
but that's
Yeah.
true, because
So what I'm going to take from this is y'all are giving me directions to start working on the RFP.
Yes.
As soon as I get some definitive items for you to consider as to which specific direction we'll take, I will definitely bring that back to the court before we get too far downstream.
well, then let's add to that motion that, in that RFP, that don't include the outside non-county employees.
Okay.
That, right.
Well, my motion is going to be to add them with the contract stating that they pay
That's
all of
another
the risk.
motion,
Oh,
but
that's a different one,
This is
okay.
this is for
Okay.
next year's
Okay.
plan,
For,
like the RFP for next year's plan.
but this is just renewing the plan for next year.
Yeah, it might be simpler. I know y'all are wanting to get me going
Thank
on
you.
it. I'm not going to
But that doesn't have anything to do with today's.
I'm not going to get
It
super
does.
far in the next 5 days, but I'll have court, you'll have court next week. I can have a real clean agenda item for that specific
That
request.
specific thing.
For what specific thing?
The RFP and the direction you want me to take with the RFP.
Because that will be for the next year. It won't affect this year's plan. We're renewing the plan for 1 year
It'd
because
just be
there
more,
isn't
it'd
time
just be
to
more
get it
proper
done.
if I could just write a regular agenda item for that one.
It's all germane, we can do whatever we want, but
Sure.
We're directing
whatever.
him, but we need to renew the plan right now that we have.
Yeah.
Yes.
okay.
just renew it.
So he has a motion for that. I will,
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Then the next motion we need is on the third-party administration.
On the third
That's-
party administration.
That's what's on my list here. What is the other motion we need?
No,
Michael?
that one y'all just made is
just
for
did that.
all the plan
Oh,
renewals.
that was for everything
That was
renewal,
all
so we don't
encompassing.
need that. Then the other motion that I would like to make is on our outside entities that are on our plan to renew the agreements with them.
For
that-
this year.
For
right-
this year,
for right now.
moving forward, if they want to continue this year, that they not only pay the employer portion, even included the employer portion of the stop loss, but they pay up to when the stop loss kicks in for their individual risk, whether it be their employee or their employees' beneficiaries or whoever they are, their family members that are listed on their plan.
All claims up to
All
the
claims
stop
up to.
loss.
Thank you.
Second, yeah, so basically your motion to notify all the non-county
Outside
employees
entities,
and their
yes.
entities that they have to pay, not only the premiums they're already paying, but their portion of the stop loss premiums, as well as anything that,
The risk.
Up to the
yeah,
stop
up to
loss.
the stop loss kicks in, yes.
And that number is 475,000.
but let's don't
170,000.
give a specific number, because you're
That
saying
has
that
to
could
renew
change
as
very
well.
soon. So whatever the number is, it is. Like, I
Yes.
don't want to put just a cap on it, because then if it goes up or something happens with the next presentation we're having. So I would second that as,
Without numbers.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Did you get that order down correctly since we all reworded it and wordsmithed it? Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
So this is going to put them on notice and.
Put them
that
on
they have to
notice.
be- They're in or they're out.
Yes,
Basically.
they have a choice, but it's their risk, not the county's risk. Yeah.
I mean, if this passes, this is going to initiate a flurry of meetings for our partners that some, if not, if probably most, other than the hospital district, will have no idea that this is coming. I don't think this is good policy at all. I mean, I understand the point, and I agree with it, and it's just the circumstance of the timing, but I just,
This has-
a month or two ago, this would have been much
I agree.
easier for me to accept, but this this is quite a quick turnaround for groups that have to have their budgets in all by September 30th approved and everything, so.
I agree with that.
But
Also,
this always
though,
comes- But this always comes at the end, you know what, I don't know why we wait so long for all, every time it comes at the end, you know, we know about the loss, we know about shortage.
in light of the information we were just given about the county's budget, I don't think we have any choice. The county cannot afford to pick up the tab for any other entities. And
This is
that's
early.
the only,
This is as
and I do
early as
agree,
we've
they
ever
should
done it.
have more notice.
I mean,
but-
this is as early as we've ever done it. This gives them plenty of notice to go back and see if they can do this or not. I mean, I'd rather cut them off. I mean, I'm just doing this this buys them a year. I mean, I think we ought to cut them off. I think it's completely bad policy what we've been doing for 25 years, and I take responsibility for it because I've been a part of it. So, I mean, I'm only doing this as a compromise because I still think this is bad. Because I don't think some of them, even if they say they're in, will be able to afford it if it happens to them.
So you think this is a good compromise then?
I think it's.
You think it's a compromise?
I think
It's a compromise
Okay.
is
You
all.
may not-
It's a-
good or
it may
bad,
not be
whatever,
good.
it's
It's
a
not good
compromise.
for any of us, the county
But
or
if-
them
If you
either.
feel it's a compromise, then I feel it's a compromise, and I'm more inclined to support that, so.
Well, we have a motion and a second then. If there is no other discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The same sign. The motion passes. And then there was a third motion that we were expecting. I'm sorry, I'm a little,
The rates.
oh, for the employer portion of the rates. Employee and employer.
I think we're going to hold on how we're going to talk about what we're going to do, like, because there's still, but
Well,
we've
just
got
the
to figure out
employee
the
rates
rate.
we have to do. And I'm inclined to go with option number 2 that puts the lesser burden on the lower paid employees.
Can somebody pull up
Bring
what
up option number
yes,
2 so
because
we have that it
I
spreads
don't
it
know which
around, but it
one.
puts a lower, it's still, I think it was 4.5% on those making under 50,000 instead of the original and.
Judge, if I can just clarify,
go
we're
ahead.
changing from just to clarify, you're suggesting changing from a flat rate to a salary band structure for the rates. Is
So-
that
That was the options we had in front of us. Is there something else that I?
Oh, she's saying that's a different
Yeah.
than what we've ever
It's
done.
completely different from anything that we've done historically.
Oh, okay.
We've never done a band before.
What do most counties do?
Yeah.
I mean, where's the consultant? What do most counties do on this?
John, can you speak to that?
Commissioner, it's gonna vary, based on counties. I don't have any specific information to provide you, but in general, contributions by salary band is not uncommon. In general, I think it makes possibly sense for the county since you have such a wide, diverse population, especially those that are earning less than $50,000 that equate to a little over 70% of your workforce. It may make some sense to go to a salary band based on that. But again, it's really part of the culture of the county if you want to begin to stratify contributions based on total compensation.
Also, keep in mind that if we vote on salary banded contributions this year, and we decide next year to undo it, we would have to do just that. We'd have to undo everything we did today.
But it can be done.
I'm going to echo Tim's point. I would
That's a mess.
really think the county needs to make sure that this is the approach that they want to take moving forward. That it is part of the culture that the county is devising, in which higher compensated employees will pay more toward the cost of their program. It may be challenging to undo it at some point in time. So I would just say, while it's an option worth considering, it is something that the county should enter into eyes wide open.
Well, then you're saying we basically don't have an option. We need to do the 7.5% across the board, especially for this 1 year, in light of not enough information in front of us and what it's going to do to us in the future. We really have one option.
Or 0%.
Or
the
0.
county, right.
And the county pick up 100%. Yeah.
Well, we certainly can do more than 7.5%, but that was the
It's only going to give us
recommendation.
200,000. I mean, we might as well pick up the whole, I mean, it's not going to create anything.
But then you're going to have if you try to increase future rates to the employees, you'll never be able to get anywhere. If you don't start giving at least some share, even if it's
Kinda
a
like the
small
taxes.
share,
Yeah.
yes, then you're going to hit them with a huge increase. And then you'll have that fallout.
Well, do I have a motion then?
For which one?
I would make the motion just do the 7.5% then.
7.5 to the employees, and it's a flat,
It's a
not
flat,
banded?
not a banded, just everybody gets 7.5% for this year. In light of the budget we're looking at, I don't think we can not do anything. But that's my motion. I don't know if anybody else agrees with it or what.
I think it should be more, but then again, in the spirit of compromise, I'll second your motion for
I
discussion.
think it should be less.
Right, I get it. That's the problem we have, is how do we pay for it, though? I mean, Commissioner, nobody wants to do it, but how are we going to come up with any money? We're going to have to come up with 3.5.
Basically, what Tim said, those underneath, it's like a $3 increase on their premium.
I'd rather give raises because they want raises.
Me
They
too,
don't.
but
I mean,
this is,
So there's another
But you can't give
screen
them a
that
raise and then
has
take it away.
what the,
you're basically taking it away.
Well, but what do we do? I mean, we keep funding it $3 million a year. We'll have no reserves, and y'all
One
can raise.
that-
You can raise taxes. No, I mean that's the alternative. Is this budget comes? That's the hard part about this. We're in the budget cycle.
No.
So if you knew you were going to raise taxes to offset this, then it'd be a lot easier. If there's going to be a significant tax increase, then this all, that's up. But we don't know what that's going to do either. So
okay, so if you do 7.5% per, and I believe that this is per month to the employee, if they're employee only, it's $2.93 increase. If it's employee plus children, it's $22.69. Yes, it's that column right there. And that's
Yes.
for the EPO, the Christus Spa Network. And if you look right below that, if they're on the Aetna network, those are the rates. So the employee would be able to look at this and see which coverage they have, whether it's the EPO Christus Network plan or the Aetna plan. And then you can look over here, and that's your monthly increase, correct?
Well, and again, let's remember, no matter what we do, we're going to have to pay 80 to 93% of this.
And that's right next to it. So again, depending upon which coverage is selected, it shows you how much the county would be picking up.
The increase that we will have, yeah.
Yes.
Well, unless there's another motion, I have a motion on the floor for the 7.5%.
And excuse me, Judge, that's just one, just this year,
Everybody this
not
year, just this year.
annually.
Oh, no. This is only, we're hoping we do something totally different. Yeah.
Well, the rates.
Yes. Otherwise, if I don't have a second, I will.
My motion would be to have.
You seconded that one already? I'm sorry.
I think it's not high enough, but I seconded it just for
Yeah, I'm
discussion
sorry.
and
I didn't realize you had
as a
seconded.
compromise.
And I agree kind of with what Commissioner Gonzalez mentioned. Maybe the microphone didn't pick it up, but that's the constant battle that you hear. It's like, well, I got a raise, but
I know.
I'm having to pay the difference on the health care. I mean, I guess if you can try to even it all out, it's easier to accept than you're not getting paid any increase and then still having to make the difference. But this is.
Well, but okay, let's do the math there, right?
Well, you pay more, if you pay more for insurance, then you're not getting anything.
Well, but hold on. We set aside the social, let's talk about that. We set aside, if we stick with what we did by eliminating the social services budget, which I believe is in the $1.8 million range, if I'm not
It was
mistaken,
the,
for the
I have my
department?
budget. It was the administrative, if I remember correctly.
No, we
And again, I'm
eliminated-
going based on memory. I'm not looking at minutes.
We eliminated the entire social services department and said, as a part of that motion, that all that money would go towards employee raises. That's in the vein of $1.8 million, and we're asking for a $200,000 increase. So they are not getting all their. It's $2 a month in some cases, and the raise is going to be more than that if we don't change that.
Social services budget for the administration, that's the overhead, was the 1.152 million.
Plus,
And then you have the direct benefits that we give directly to the public.
which was eliminated, right?
What?
We
Well,
eliminated the
it's
entire social services fund.
451,000, but y'all
Okay,
had said
1,500,000.
something about maybe potentially giving some of those funds to another
But that
agency.
wasn't the motion we made. What the motion we made was to eliminate. So I'm saying, if
No, the
we
mo- the
stick-
motion-
But we do have to keep some of the budget for the pauper burial.
Well,
I'm saying if we
Yes.
stick to what we did,
Yes.
what we do later is speculation. What we did was we eliminated that, which is, I stand corrected. That's $1.5 million.
That's correct.
If we stick with that, the increase that we're proposing at 7.5% is $200,000 to employees across the board. So 1.5 million minus 200,000 means that's still an up of $1.3 million to the employees on
Or
this
even
deal.
if you say 1.1, it's
You-
still
yes, even-
900,000.
yeah,
It's
even if
still
you
like
say-
a
even if you use the
break-even amount.
1.1,
Yes.
But what we passed
yes.
was 1.5.
Yes,
I mean,
correct.
I don't know I don't know what y'all are going to change, but what we passed was 1.5 comes back as raises to our employees. If that changes, then it changes. But if it doesn't, as we sit today, it's $1.5 million minus 200,000. That's a net gain to the employees overall of $1.3 million.
That's correct.
So we're not eating up there in any way, shape, or form.
That's correct.
And so
I agree with that, but it's coming back up again for discussion, though.
say that again.
I mean, it's coming back up again for discussion.
Right. I mean, if y'all change it,
So-
y'all change it.
Because I
I'm just
tabled
saying,
it for
as we
for
sit
the next
today.
meeting.
I know.
That
But as
item
we
did
said-
come back, and I thought there was a vote to retain two of those.
No, we didn't vote.
No, you didn't vote.
We didn't. We
Y'all-
talked about
you-
it, but we didn't vote on it.
You kept two positions.
Two
You moved
to
them
go
over to
veteran
veterans.
services.
To veterans.
Veterans
Right, but I thought
services.
that came out of that 1 point. That's already been committed. Okay, so the two. So okay, 1.4.
Yeah.
But two people aren't. It should be less than 100,000. So 1.4.
Even if you keep three people, three more people, it's still gonna be 1.1, so.
No matter what, there's still significant money in there for the 200,000 that you're passing on to be a
Exactly.
zero cost interest,
be totally-
zero base increase
Right.
for the employees when you do it that way.
That
Yes.
is correct.
Yes, okay. So that will all come up in budget, but for all of
exactly.
our employees that are listening, that it will, by the time we get through with that, and we did promise that as an increase to all our employees, so it will be a zero cost to our employees, even adding this as 7.5, and really, we could vote today to do zero next year and us transfer it all, since it's going to be that way. It doesn't really matter which way you cut the piece of pie. If you want to say zero or you want to say 7, we're going to give them an increase. But since we promised that in the budget, I think we have to do it this way, because then we will in turn
So
give it
what
to
do you
them.
mean, promise of what?
Promise the money that we cut in the social services to go to employee raises, that's a budget item. We need to do it this way, and then in turn, they will get it covered in the budget meeting when we do it again.
Right.
Yes.
Correct.
okay?
But we didn't set the
So-
amount. I mean,
No,
two-
we just said we were
The
going to
amount.
use
Right,
it, but
and
there's
just- yeah,
significant
okay.
amount to cover the
Good, so we-
7.5%.
Just in case you do keep three positions, and we still can do it. I mean,
Yes,
Please keep in mind that these rates would be effective October 1st.
yes, and that's
That's
what,
correct.
a budget and all of
Right.
that is going to be
So
October
is
1st.
social service. Yeah. So
Yes.
exactly. Right.
So we have a motion and a second to go with the 7.5%
Just let me
across
know.
the board for all employees.
And the employer rates too that were just on the
And the employer
screen.
rates that will, yes. Is there any other discussion? And then I would ask for a motion, all those in favor, sorry. Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Is this for 7 or 6?
The 7.5, but it will wind up being a zero, because in the budget, we're going to give them, the employers,
make
that money back.
Take too much away.
How can Can you put that in writing?
We already
That's the
voted
motion.
on the other. It was motion, yes. So
I thought it was 7. Now we're 7.5 now?
it was always
It was
7.5.
That's
is
what's in
what
the
was your-
packet.
That's what's in the packet, 7.5.
That's the 200,000.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. 200 total is what's going to come from the employees, and we have the money set aside in the budget to give to the employees for that.
That was approved 5-0? Okay.
I assume.
But, yeah.
Yeah, we were waiting on Commissioner Gonzalez. Yes, okay. Are there any other decisions that we need to make today with any other votes that we are required to take today? I believe that is it. We are not going to work on the other, our portion of that will come up in the budget meetings, I assume.
That's correct.
Yes, when we deal with the employees, yes, whether we want to do that staggered or how much we're going to transfer and fund our health care.
You set the employer portion.
Yes,
Yes.
yes,
The employer portion will be the 27.80%.
yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, we have nothing to go into executive over.
Wait, did we vote on the,
I think when you voted on,
right, never mind,
Yes.
never mind.
Then
That was
yes,
I'm
okay.
sorry, RFPs later, we're going to do that later.
Yes.
Okay.
so that will come back to next court. If there is no further business, it is 11:40. Are there any adjournments in memory for anyone
Can I
here?
just ask real quick, so how is this going to be relayed? We sometimes do this, and then how are we going to relay this to everybody that's,
We need to get the agreements for all our outside entities quickly and sent to them.
well, no, we need to give them notice, like, because I
Yes,
don't want
yes.
to, right, we need to send a notice, just a letter, Jenny, maybe from you or the judge, like today, that says, here's what the motion was, we'll get you the agreements later, so that we can put them on notice, so that they have time. So that
We
get them-
can work with you to get the wording, but I don't, I mean, it's
You-
the
Peyton in
court's
my office
action.
will do it.
Yeah.
We'll do
Right,
it in my
here's what the motion
office,
was that was
yes.
passed in court, we're giving you notice, and we'll get you the documents that go along with this later, but
If
I
you
want to get them
choose
notice,
to
like
be a
John
part,
said, we
this
want to get it
is-
to them quick.
Yes.
But can we, it can be an email to them, but just something that
Yeah.
we know that's going to the right person, that says, this is what the court passed today, effective, like, next.
October 1.
October 1.
And these agreements have to be signed if you wish to continue with
We'll
your
work with
employees.
both the
Those need to be
court
signed
and
quickly
with
because
HR
the-
as necessary to get that out today.
Yeah, because the employer,
it's
they have
just-
to do the open enrollment for their employees as well, so it needs to be ASAP. Yeah.
Correct.
So we would have to probably delay the open enrollment for those people until we
Extend.
get back as to whether or not they're going to participate.
Whether their entities are going to allow them to participate, so we may have to do
Or give them a little more time for open enrollment or
extension
something.
for their open enrollment if their employees have not signed these agreements that allow
So
them to
you're saying
continue.
delay just for the external agencies?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Because if they opt out, then they don't need to go through open enrollment. If they need a little time to decide, we don't want to not let them have open enrollment if they choose to stay under these new conditions.
Well, you can, and they can, if they don't agree, then their signing
Yes.
up doesn't hurt
The
us
employees
if
could
they.
always select what they would, assuming that their entity is still going to participate in our insurance. And then if the entity chooses to not participate in our health insurance, then they would
Automatically
receive
be-
it.
yeah.
Yes, they've
I'm just-
received different information from their employer at
I
that
don't know what the
time.
logistics are. I just want to make sure that you take that into consideration.
I
when
would
you're-
recommend with Lisa's approach. That way-
Yeah, I'm going to let y'all do that. But then is it
But a
appropriate?
notification quickly
Yes.
today
Is
with
it-
my
Absolutely.
office as well.
Is it
Yeah.
appropriate at this point too, to make another, a motion that says that we as a court are putting a moratorium on anybody else getting in? I mean, because
Well, we're not taking these people in, we're not taking nobody else in.
well,
you know.
but these
Well,
people
do
are
we
giving, no,
vote
but these
to do
people,
that about not taking, I mean,
well, these people are getting the opportunity to stay in. So now are we going to get calls from other people that says, now granted, it should be only for a year if we stay on course, but what if other entities call and say, hey, we want that deal?
with
What do we do
the
then?
cost, with them covering all the risk and the responsibility on it, I don't think you're going to have a whole lot of people jumping in
You gotta
with
make
small
sure,
entities
and you gotta
that
make sure we
want to
say it's for a
join.
year only, Jenny, I guess.
1 year only.
1 year only,
Yeah, that was part of
Which
that
part
motion.
is for 1 year only?
for the agencies to join.
In other words, this deal was a stopgap compromise to let them stay in for a year. And I want to make sure, yeah, it's a good point, Commissioner, that that motion clearly articulated that this is only for a year. And
with
then,
the outside entities.
and then they have to go on their own way, right? I mean, that was the intent of everybody, right? So
And that's for the
Lorenzo, make sure,
HD
please.
also?
What?
Is that for health, hospital district also?
For everybody.
I don't know, hospital district is part of us, though, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's part of everybody for now. If we want to change it, that was the
I think
general
their
motion.
MOUs would
I'm
have to
telling
be
you,
renewed
there's-
annually if we choose to move forward.
Right, I
But
think we
let's
should-
do these MOUs or agreements, whatever you want to call them, that list this. And I don't think many people are going to do that, given that they are going to be incurring all the risk and the cost of
But I
their
think
employees and their employees'
I think the hospital
dependents.
district is part of our family already. I mean,
And
part of our
then that
connection.
opportunity is going to be extended to not the credit union is,
The credit union,
private.
she is saying she said earlier, we by law cannot open it up to people like that.
Right, so if the motion was to do this for a year,
To
and then
allow
everybody's
them to
out.
do something
If
else.
someone wants to come back and petition us for something differently, then they have the right to do that. So can we just leave it?
Leave it at this year. This is for
Because
1
I'm
year.
telling-
And then we can address
There is-
the others afterwards.
I mean, hospital district can
okay,
get
but
good
as
insurance.
to the
but I'm-
credit union now,
Are we going to allow the credit union to stay on? Because by law, we were never legally allowed to have them on to begin
That's a
with.
great question. I don't think we can if we're not legally allowed.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how, I don't remember that advisory. I would, so I mean, I would,
So we need to
What's the
send
issue
them the
with that?
legal opinion
no,
that
I'm-
says we
I'm
can't,
not-
we don't need a motion
It
to
was
say we're
10.
excluding
She
them
said
if
there was an
we're
advisory
saying we
2010
cannot
that was-
legally allow them to stay in.
We'll send them communication, but we're not going to share attorney-client communication with them as they're an outside entity, but we'll put them on notice.
Okay. There's no motion necessary for that one, since we're now finding out that it's against the law for us to do that. So we definitely want to do what we're supposed to do. Okay, anything else? It is 11, there was no adjournments in memory or anything. It is 11:46. This meeting is adjourned. Ryan, we